What's our segment? 15:30. We didn't close it, David. It's 15:22. So literally, I can come back and take it to break, and you can just check out.
Or you could just use the trail music.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll. If this could just time out perfectly.
We come back, at 38?
Yeah.
And then we go to break at 53:50.
It's going to be really close.
So
we may have 20 seconds to fill.
Finally caught a break. They can fix the computer, and it's covered under
good
whatever it was I bought when I bought the laptop.
Well, good. When are they going to have it fixed for you?
Saturday or Sunday.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Sometimes they can take a lot longer than that over there.
Yeah. I looked at the guy and I said, so absolutely positively no later than Sunday. He said yes. And I said, I need the computer for work, and I work 6 a.m. Monday morning. You're telling me I'll have the computer? Yes, you will. I go, you do know what will happen if I don't have the computer, right? And he starts laughing. He says, no. And I go, well, I will come down here and stab you in the neck. The lady next to me starts laughing. I go, no, I won't, but I'll be grumpy. And he was pretty nerdy. After all, he did work for the Geek Squad there, but he said, oh, we're used to grumpy. I go, I bet you are.
Got that right. And I got the wife all fired up because I told her about the Drive to Survive for the track and field. She's all in. We're going to have to watch that now.
So you've got something to occupy her between now and the Olympics.
Well, I had something to occupy me next week with nothing on, with no baseball too.
That's true.
No soccer. No, I mean, it's next week. Ooh.
Yeah, Monday through Wednesday. For the WNBA, man. Line those games up.
Thanks, Benny. Have a great day in the Bahamas.
Huh. I'm not getting the comments.
Enjoy a conch burger.
Oh, there they are.
$15 seconds.
Computer still broke. Coffin ball fixed over the weekend. Days for French Fry Day. Huh. Who knew?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Marc Miller and David Moulton.
Up to you on this Friday. Hope your week has gone well. Let's finish it strong. We have a hell of a show lined up for you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. This is how we roll. Marc, some weeks seem shorter than others, even though obviously they're all the same. This is one of those weeks in which I felt a day behind all week.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think, you and I had a little more work to do this week than we normally do. A few things added on our plate that have taken the forefront behind the scenes. So I think that has a little bit to do with it.
So in other words, we're working harder than we normally do. Is that it?
Working longer too.
Well, that is true. That is true. Make a dadgum good point. I have a question for you. Normally we don't get this in depth right off the top, but do you remember the first baseball player that was must-see TV for you growing up?
100%. Mark Fidrich. That's the first one. Late 70s, Mark Fidrich, the bird for the Detroit Tigers, became a phenom, and that was must-see TV for those of us in Michigan. And I know he kind of broke through and was a national story, but if you lived in Michigan, he was the story.
I remember growing up in Jersey at the time, the song, Bird, Bird, everybody's talking about the bird. And then, of course, a few years later, when Larry Bird came along, they just used the same thing. But my guy was Seaver, as a Mets fan. Seaver was the first one in which I knew every time he pitched and all that. And then I was 18 when Dwight Gooden came along. And I remember I was a freshman in college, and I would commandeer the lounge for the games that Gooden pitched. You had to sign up as to who got control of the lounge. And I had him like every, I knew when he was pitching and what have you. And I had, my name, the lounge is mine. Okay. Because the lounge got you the TV. It's not like you were the only one allowed in the lounge, but at the University of Scranton, there was one TV in the lounge. And that's basically who got control of the TV. And so every time Gooden pitched, I had the TV. And I mention it because, man, this Paul Skeens kid, if you're remotely into baseball and you can enjoy dominant pitching, he's now must-see TV.
Got that right. 7 innings of no-hit ball last night. Take him out after 99 pitches. I'm over complaining about it. It just is the way things are these days, David.
I know.
It's not worth complaining. It's not worth getting fired up about, because this is the second time they've done it to him. He pitched 107 pitches his last outing. He pitched 99 the one last night. But I think I might have been wrong, David. I made a bid for Chris Sale earlier in this week to start the All-Star game. After last night, I don't know how you don't start this guy in the All-Star game. And now Sale's pitches, they move the day, so he's not going to pitch in the All-Star game anyhow.
Right, because he's starting Sunday, so he's unavailable to pitch. So he gets credit for the All-Star selection, but, and he gets to go to the game and hang out if he wants, but he's not going to pitch. So they'll replace him. Yeah, Skeens is going to start. The real question is, between him and the Pirates, do the Pirates let him pitch more than an inning? I would hope so. He can't pitch 2 innings. I'm not trying to go back to what it was in the 70s, in which literally you name the starting pitcher and he might go 7 innings. But, we can't see 2 innings out of the kid. I don't know. But he's going to start, Marc. Come on.
Oh, yeah. The only other possible starter was Chris Sale, and he's out of the equation now.
Yeah, and maybe Zach Wheeler, but his back is stiffened up. He had to leave his last start after 5 innings. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be Skeens. It's another reason why can he pitch a second inning? I mean, he throws 30 pitches instead of 15. I mean, come on now. But I don't know. Anyway, 13 months ago, he was drafted. 2 months ago, he made his major league debut. Sub-2 ERA. He's yet to lose. I mean, he's not playing for the Orioles or the Guardians or the Phillies or the Dodgers here. Playing for the Pirates. They're below 500. He's unbeaten. I mean, you remember Strasburg?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I mean, we drove over to see him. I mean, that was the last time you and I took in a baseball game together.
I think his rookie year was 2010, I think. And yes, when Strasburg was pitching against the Marlins, it was like his second or third month in the show, and we drove over to see him pitch. Yes. And this is the first time, and obviously there have been terrific pitchers that have come and gone in the last 13, 14 years. But, there's something about a dominant strikeout pitcher, a flamethrower, where double nines go up on the scoreboard for velocity. His fastball is averaging 99 miles an hour. Every fastball he has thrown so far in the major leagues, the average speed is 99 miles per hour. Joey Votto described his first at-bat against Strasburg back in the day, in which he said the first fastball he threw me, I looked up at the scoreboard, it said 100. Then he came back and he threw a 91-mile-an-hour hammer, which went from my armpits to my knees. And Votto went, oh, boy.
He has, if I've got this right, for the number of starts he has the most strikeouts ever recorded with a sub-2 ERA since they've been keeping track of ERA. That's like 1913.
Right.
That seems to be pretty good in this sport.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, it is.
With a sport with a little bit of history.
So that's just what I was thinking late yesterday afternoon when found out they took him out after 7 no-hit innings. And I'm like, wow, this guy. I mean, he's got to go some because his girlfriend's pretty popular, pretty well known. I mean, it was just 2 months ago when I was referring to him by name. And what was it you were saying?
Olivia Dunn's boyfriend.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. How much more does he have to do till he's no longer Olivia Dunn's boyfriend? He's Paul Skeens.
He's Paul Skeens.
I was going to say, she's becoming Paul Skeens' girlfriend, okay?
Well, let's pump the brakes a little bit, okay?
I mean, she's a role player on a national,
And wouldn't we like to do a little role playing with her?
Not only that, he looks like he's 45. Okay, with that stash. Okay, he's got a build in which, he's not, in his windup, he doesn't look like a perfectly chiseled, athlete.
No, when you see a Verlander throwing that hard with that frame, you go, okay, he doesn't have that big frame that you would think of to be a pitcher that's throwing 100 miles an hour all the time.
And also, he just kind of, when he turns, I mean, he looks as if he's got a motion or whatever. He looks like he could be on a 1980s baseball card with that stash. With, he's just not perfectly chiseled. So the uniform doesn't, just is not glued to him. I mean, he does. I mean, I'm not saying
and he is huge. He's 6'6". He just doesn't, he's a big guy.
He is.
He just doesn't maybe carry himself to look as broad as he is.
I mean, he doesn't look like Rick Russell out there, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, he
I
doesn't
gotcha.
look like a chiseled machine that these athletes of today are. So, to To me, he's a throwback. And if I'm the Pirates, man, I just remember the D train, Dontrell Willis, 20-something years ago when he pitched. The Marlins, who couldn't attract flies, were drawing like 12,000 extra fans. Okay, his rookie year when he pitched. And, you know, they had it in Seattle with King Felix. I don't know. It's once every 5 days. So in a way, you know, the suspense builds. You circle when he's going to start. You can make plans. Hey, let's go to the ballpark Thursday night. Really? Why? Skeens is pitching. Oh.
Well, and they're already wearing the mustaches in Pittsburgh, the fans in the crowd. You know, you got women wearing the Skeens mustache. He is turning into a phenomenon in Pittsburgh. And hopefully they don't start shooting fireworks off for strikeouts, because they'll certainly run out when he pitches. I don't know if you caught that while we were gone. The Pirates ran out of fireworks. They had 7 home runs in a game. And at the 7th home run, they put it on the Jumbotron, put a message saying, "We are sorry. We've never hit this many home runs in a game. We ran out of fireworks. Our apologies."
That's cool.
I don't know how you don't have enough fireworks.
Well, I mean, come on, Pirates. I mean, you don't exactly buy in bulk if you're running the Pirates. Come on now, Mark. I mean, you have to pay a little bit of attention to that team because you're married into a Pittsburgh sports family, and you know, Bonds and Benet and Van Slyke haven't been there for a while. It's not a lot of big thumpers. Jason Kendall wasn't a thumper. McCutchen wasn't a thumper. They haven't had a thumper in a while.
It's true.
But they have a Skeens. They got a stash.
He was dealing last night again. 1-0 win. He went 7 no-hit innings, and they took him out after 99 pitches. That's baseball in 2024.
11 strikeouts in those 7 no-hit innings. 6-0. His ERA is 1.9. That's not, I mean, it's major leagues here. They really, I know, they're hitting 230 nowadays, but still. Miller and Moulton. We have an amazing show lined up for you today, including Hall of Fame basketball player George Iceman Gervin on Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Well, I'm trying something different there, John. Yes, you did catch it, because I want the people in Jacksonville to be able to hear our commercials. So I've invented a little way to do that and then keep the screen blank how they want. That's all they want, right? Is the blank screen like that, David? If I play the audio over, I mean, it's technically our network commercial should be playing.
Yes. See, I thought there wasn't a way we could do that, but yes.
Well, I you know what I really just did? I took a notebook and put it over the camera. I literally am blocking the camera with the notebook. That's all I did. To give the appearance that it's a blank screen, I can throw that graphic over it.
Right. Now what we need to do is we need to get a notebook that says you're in commercial break. We put up the placard.
Oh, I didn't even send out a damn X post. Son of a biscuit.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Marc Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Legendary George Gervin to join us in a little more than an hour. You know, Mark, I don't know if we'll get to it with the Iceman, but most people forget his final year in the NBA was with Michael Jordan and the Bulls. He played all those years with the Spurs, but he played a final year in the league with the 86 Bulls. And he played for them. I don't know if he started or was their sixth man, but I mean, he averaged 16 points a game. I mean, that was the year Jordan hurt his knee. It was the only significant injury of Jordan's career. Missed all those games, came back late, helped lead the Bulls into the playoffs. He had those two memorable playoff games at the old Boston Garden, 49 and 63 against the legendary Celtics team. But Gervin played every game on that team, scored 16 points a game, and then that was it. And I wonder, if we have time to ask him about, Michael Jordan when he was becoming Michael Jordan.
Those Spurs teams were good.
Yeah.
Just not good enough.
In the 80s, it was weird. People don't know this. So San Antonio in the 70s, when they were one of the teams that was, absorbed in from the ABA, they were in the Eastern Conference. The Bulls were in the West, but San Antonio was in the East. And then they kind of looked at the map and they said, maybe we should change that. And I think it was right around 79, 80, they moved Chicago into the East. They moved San Antonio into the West. So, Mark, in the 70s, Gervin and the Spurs had to get by Elvin Hayes, Wes Unseld, and the Washington Bullets. And then, of course, the Sixers with Dr. J. Then they go to the West. They got to get by Magic, Kareem, and the Lakers.
That was a problem for most teams in the 80s.
Yeah, the Lakers had a pretty good run in the 80s, Mark.
They seemed to have it pretty much dialed in.
Yeah. Yeah, especially through the Western Conference. In fact, only one team beat them that whole decade. They went to 8 NBA finals out of 10. 2 times they didn't go. Houston Rockets stood in their way.
I got to crumble up some paper today and finger roll it into the trash can.
Look at you. Look at you. So George Gervin's written a book called Ice, Why I Was Born to Score. And we'll talk to the Iceman about that coming up in our next hour. We'll catch up on the Philly and New York sports scenes. We'll also head to Orlando. It was Big 12 Media Days this week. Year 2 for UCF in the Big 12. They're projected to do a lot better this year. Matt Murschel covers college sports and UCF specifically for the Orlando Sentinel. He will join us in our Diamond District bonus hour. Hey, a generic question, speaking of college sports. Do you think this new system, and I don't mean new playoff, I mean NIL, and let's just call it what it is, pay for play. Do you think this system is sustainable?
It seems that the burden of the booster is so great right now that it seems like it's not sustainable. But the other side of this, David, there are some people out there with so much damn money. And if this is what they're doing with it, at some point, does the booster get sick of having to be asked for more and more and more and quit giving? And I don't think so, because, David, they all want one thing. They want to win.
Yeah, but there's also the second tier, Mark, that I worry about. Like, say you're a booster at, I don't know, Minnesota. But you know what I'm getting at here. Even in the major conferences, you're a booster at South Carolina. Now, you think highly of yourself. You know the South Carolina fan base. They're passionate. They show up for everything.
As passionate as any fan base in the country. They truly are.
Football, baseball, men's and women's basketball. They are passionate. They love the Gamecocks. And, outside of women's basketball, I mean, I'm just wondering, are you going to keep shelling out the Bucks to finish 9th, 6th even, 11th? Like I look at all the money at Arkansas. and I've spent a lot of time in Fayetteville. Their facilities are second to none. They really are. And they're passionate. They come out, they got track and field. Thousands come out to watch them run. They love their Razorbacks. We were talking about it, a little while ago. They're no better than the 10th best program in the SEC. I know they got Walmart money. I know Jera's got a lot of money. But, do you keep shelling out the money? You don't get your name on a building, Mark, in sports when you shell out the money. And you're going to keep.
No, you're buying a quarterback or you're buying a wide receiver, and their name's on the back of the jersey, not yours. I get it.
And if you're not winning big, do you keep writing the checks?
Well, let me just ask you, those two schools, Arkansas and South Carolina, we've been doing this a lot. Over the next 10 years, what are reasonable expectations for those two schools to make the 14-team playoff?
Over under a half. What would you bet?
I would bet under.
I would also. I would give Arkansas the better chance because they got money. They got real money. Come on, Walmart money. Owner of the Dallas Cowboys money. No, they got money. They could buy a team. And when Arkansas gets it going, they recruit Texas. They ain't that far away. So, of the two, the one that I think, and also in basketball, they've got the tradition, the lineage, they can get players there. So of the two in the marquee sports, if I were to bet an over, I would bet it on Arkansas. But Mark, I'm with you. I'd bet the under both times. And that's making a 12 and a 14-team playoff. That's saying we don't believe that either Arkansas or South Carolina will be one of the four best teams in the SEC in football at any point in time in the next 10 years. And maybe even the fifth best, because once you get to a 14-team playoff, there's room for one of the big two conferences to get 5 bids.
So you have to have your act completely together. You have to have the schedule work in your favor, and you can't blow any games. And you're going to lose because you can still get in with losses, but you get the point that I'm making.
Yeah, you got to do what Ole Miss did last year, basically. Put your 10 wins up on the board. Can an Arkansas or South Carolina put their 10 wins up on the board and sneak in? And listen, you and I wanted this. You and I are still in favor of this. You and I believe that the athlete deserved more than a scholarship and a pat on the back. But this is messy. And I don't believe the way it is now is sustainable. I don't. I think there will be a revolt within 3-4 years from the booster going, yeah, what am I getting for my money? I'm sorry. Okay. And then what? We're going to fire this coaching staff and you're going to hit me up for more money because we got to pay off the staff we're firing and then we got to bring in a new, better staff, which costs more money. No. I'm getting nothing out of this. Oh, and I still got to pay a seat license for my tickets? I thought the tens of thousands I was giving you on the side was my seat license. I just don't think it's sustainable. And there's a story that happened yesterday which may further this discussion. Miller and Moulton, starting 5 is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort
Marc Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
It's not like that. I can't put the headset on it to hide it. All three programs are set. Love it.
Not sure what's wrong with the computer, but they know what's wrong with it, and they're fixing it, and I'll get it over the weekend. So just one more show like this.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
So the top of the George, 1 hour from now here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. By the way, Mark, a couple of things to point out before the starting five. Today is National French Fry Day.
Really?
Now, is there a poll question having to do with fries? I mean, the dipping, ketchup, ranch, or do we just say who has the best fries? I don't know. Is there a poll question that's worthy of National French Fry Day?
Someone put something in the Twitch chat room earlier. Do you drizzle your ketchup on your fries, or do you dip your fries in ketchup?
Oh.
I'm a dipper. I don't like the ketchup drizzled on my fries. In fact, I hate it.
Do we want to break this down as to why?
First off, it takes away from the crispiness of the fry. It makes the fry soggier.
Okay.
You do not want your French fry laying in any sort of substance for a long period of time. You get yourself a French dip sandwich with French fries, that au jus gets all over the fries. What happens? They get soggy. Nobody wants a soggy fry.
You've thought about this, I see.
I've given it a little thought.
Well, it's your call. Poll questions are on you. So, if that's how you want to go on National French Fry Day, are you a dipper? Okay. Or three choices then. Are you a dipper? What's the other one?
A drizzler.
A drizzler, or
a non-ketchup person.
No ketchup. So there you go. You can go that. Our magic numbers, by the way, because, man, they're getting smaller. 20. It's a Hall of Fame game. 43, 6 weeks tomorrow, week 0 of the college football season. 50. 7 weeks tomorrow. 50 days until week 1 of the college football season. And double nickel. 8 weeks yesterday, 55 days away from Ravens and Chiefs to kick off the NFL season. 20 minutes before the hour, time for
The starting five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Man, she's getting worse.
Yeah, I think she's got to go see a doctor.
Yeah. By the way, my mom has a vote. You don't put anything on fries except salt. So she's a no ketchup person.
Well, and that your mom can be a little salty. I don't think she's going to take offense to that. I was a little nervous saying it, but I don't think she's going to take offense to that.
No, I actually think she's going to say, well played, young man. Well played. We'll start with football. Longtime defensive coordinator Monty Kiffin, credited with perfecting the cover 2, which during his heyday as defensive coordinator of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers became known as the Tampa 2. Kiffin died in Oxford, Mississippi, surrounded by family at the age of 84. Kiffin coached over 50 years, and he was inducted into the Bucs Ring of Honor. How many football teams have an assistant coach in their Ring of Honor? The Bucs 3 years ago inducted Monty Kiffin into theirs. Kiffin in Oxford because his son Lane, of course, is the head coach at Ole Miss. But Monty was 84. In other football news, Tennessee Titans, they've had a sneaky, solid offseason. Take a look at who they've added to that roster. And remember, they brought in Bill Callahan because his son's now the head coach to be their offensive line coach. That offensive line is going to be a lot better because he's one of the 5 best to ever coach the position. But the Titans signed 28-year-old safety Jamal Adams yesterday. Adams is reunited with Denard Wilson. He's Tennessee's defensive coordinator, but he was Adams' secondary coach during his heyday with the Jets. Now, Adams isn't a speed safety, and you don't know if there's a role for the physical safety anymore. But even as a third safety, Jamal Adams with the Titans on minimum deal, I don't know. Seems like a good signing to me. And one other note, this Bill Belichick guy, I don't know how he's got the time or the energy, with the 20-something girlfriend, but he signed on to be an analyst on Inside the NFL. So he's doing the McAfee show, he's doing the Manning cast, and he's doing Inside the NFL. Mark, here's my trivia question. What network is Inside the NFL now airing on? Yeah.
Showtime?
It was on Showtime, but it's beginning year 2 on the CW.
Huh.
Yeah, exactly.
Looky there.
College sports news. All right. A federal court ruled yesterday that college athletes may in fact qualify as employees deserving of pay under federal law. The court believes that a test of some kind needs to be developed to determine which athletes are playing for fun and those whose effort, quote, crosses the legal line into work, unquote. And the court then, Mark, strongly alluded that the separation is an economic reality. So in other words, the federal court system has basically said you got revenue generating sports, those athletes are employees. Non-revenue generating sports, those athletes are playing for fun, whether they are or not. That's basically what a federal court just ruled yesterday. Not a good day for the NCAA.
When is the last time the NCAA had a good day in court?
1974.
Right.
Right. Oh, seriously, have they won a case
No.
since in the mid-'80s? The mid-'80s was when Oklahoma and a bunch of other schools, went to court and broke away and formed the CFA so that they could get more of their games on television. That happened in the mid-'80s. I don't know if the NCAA's won in court since the mid-'80s. Baseball. We talked about it earlier on the show. If you don't know who Paul Skeens is, Google him. 7 no-hit innings yesterday, 11 strikeouts. He's 6-0 with a 1.90 ERA. Folks are pounding the drum for him to start the All-Star game for the National League. He likely will. Pirates beat the Brewers 1-0. They did give up 2 hits in the 8th. So it was not a combined no-hitter, but they beat the Brewers 1-0. By the way, Mark, we had 12 games in Major League Baseball yesterday. We had 6 shutouts. Every other game had a shutout. Pirates beat the Brewers 1-0. Rays over the Yankees 5-4. They took 2 of 3 in the series, but the Yankees don't lose any ground to the Orioles, who get shut out for the second straight day by the Cubs. 8-0 the final. Mark, the Cubs went into Baltimore, swept the Orioles, outscored them 21-2. Orioles hosting the Yankees for a 3-game set beginning tonight, heading into the All-Star break.
Someone's got to win.
Phillies beat the Dodgers 5-1. Phillies swept that series, outscoring LA to the tune of 19-5. Dodgers have lost 4 in a row. Phillies leads down 9.5 because the Braves got shut out in Arizona 1-0. Eugenio Suarez with the homer for the Diamondbacks to win it. Mets shut out the Nats 7-0 with a 5-run fifth. Mets technically the 6th seed by percentage points in the National League. Seattle shut out the Angels 11-0. They scored 4 runs in the first and 4 runs in the 6th. Hey, have you heard of Cal Raleigh? Seattle Mariners, good player. Do you know what he did twice this week? Not once, twice. He homered from both sides of the plate in a game. Did it yesterday, did it 2 days before. Hitting 2 home runs in a Major League Baseball game is pretty impressive. Now do it from each side of the plate. Now do it twice in 3 days. That's remarkable. Astros keep pace. They're 2 back in Seattle. They double up Miami 6-3. They swept the Marlins despite only getting 5 hits yesterday. Hey, you know, your Tigers have won 6 of 7.
I know they've been
3
playing
out of 4.
respectable baseball. Took the series from the Guardians.
Took 3 out of 4 from Cleveland. Beat them 10-1. That's after they swept the Reds. After the Reds had swept the Yankees. By the way, you want another shutout? I got one for you. Boston 7-0 over Oakland. They hit 3 homers, did the Red Sox. They're 10 games over 500. 2 up in the loss column on the Royals for the final playoff spot.
And David, they're only 5.5 back of the Orioles.
How about that? Toronto 5-3 over the Giants. Blue Jays have won 4 of 5. They just don't want to fire that manager, do they? Golly. Now they're going to keep the manager and trade the players, which is probably the right thing to do, but my goodness, in fact, they've done nothing. And our Reds, Mark, 8-1 over Colorado. Tyler Stevenson hit 2 homers, but it was boring because he hit them from the same side of the plate.
They're in last place, but they're only 4 games below 500 are those Cincinnati Reds.
Wimbledon, women's final is set, and if you know who they are, you are a tennis goober. 7 seed Jasmine Paoli and 30.
That's who I'm rooting for. She's fiery, David. I've watched her play a couple of matches. She's fiery. She's spunky. I like her.
Okay, fiery, huh? Spunky?
Yeah.
And 31st seed Barbara Krejcikova. They both lost their first set in their semis. They both came back to win. Paoli won a 3rd set tiebreaker, 10-8. Krejcikova surprised the 4 seed and 2022 champ Rybakina, 6-4 in the 3rd. So spunky, fiery Paoli against Krejcikova tomorrow in the women's semi. 318 people in the States will be watching. Men's semis.
I'll be one of them.
Okay, good for you. Well, you do like your fiery and your spunky, and I'm not just talking French fries. Medvedev, Alcaraz, Djokovic, Musetti, the 2 men's semis later today. Djokovic, by the way, 24 majors, 7 Wimbledons, including 4 of the last 5, if you're counting at home. Justin Thomas leading after a round of golf for the first time in 2 years. An 8 under 62. He's got a 1-shot lead at the Scottish Open. A loaded leaderboard. Oberg in a group of 5, 2 back. Rory, Fleetwood, Morikawa among 15 that were 3 shots back after the first round of the Scottish. By the way, the women are playing a major, the Evian Championship. It's going on right now. Second round underway, 4-way tie for the lead. WNBA, Angel Reese, her 15th consecutive double-double, 10-10, but her Chicago Sky lost by 15 to the New York Liberty. Kyle Lowry re-signs with the Sixers on a 1-year deal, and 39-year-old Gary Suter signed a 1-year deal with the St. Louis Blues after the Dallas Stars sent him packing. And as we approach 8 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Am I the only one impressed with Cal Raleigh hitting 2 homers?
No, I think it's very impressive.
Well, each side of the plate, not once but twice this week. This week, on his career, 72 hours. I don't know.
I'm just laughing because we kind of called all these American League divisions done. The Twins are now 4.5 back of the Guardians. That's a race. Houston's within 2 of Seattle. That's a race. Obviously, the Yankees and Orioles, we never declared anything there, but the Red Sox have jumped in and possibly made that a 3-team race.
And I don't know if anybody's chasing down the Brewers, but there's a hell of a battle for second and a wild card in the NL Central because the Cards and the Reds, the Cubs and the Pirates are all within a handful of games of each other.
And we've seen a couple of good weeks for a team can change their fortunes, particularly in the National League when you don't have to be that many games above 500 to be a playoff team.
6 weeks ago, the Mets had the 3rd worst record in the National League, and now they're a playoff team. All after a team meeting, by the way.
Sometimes they work, David. Most of the time they don't.
No, they don't. They really don't. Sometimes they're strategic too. You take a look at the schedule, all right? And so the manager calls the team meeting when he knows he's sending his ace to the hill the next day, best chance to win. Sometimes they're strategic. But
I don't think it was strategic in the Mets case. They were just playing terrible baseball, and it was time for a meeting.
yes. Yeah. In fact, they lost the game, and the pitcher walking off the mound threw his glove into the stands. It was taking his shirt off. Yeah, they were falling apart as a team. So, and 6 weeks later, there they are. They're in the playoffs. That's the National League for you, baby.
Well, you got that right.
Sound like John Forsland. That's hockey, baby. That's the NL, baby.
And it will go down to the wire this year. That's for certain, because there are so many teams that are just mediocre in the National League that, as you mentioned, the Cubs and the Reds, 4 games below 500, are nowhere near out of it yet. Miller and Moulton. George Gervin next hour. Thanks for listening.
Marc Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best, and the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
no, I don't think they're working today. They have a concert they're going to in Tampa. Yeah, no, they're going. I think that they didn't know if they were leaving in the morning or if they were leaving like late morning. Also, you can find out how last night went and all that.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Marc Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Friday. How's your week gone? Hopefully pretty well. It's been a long week for Miller and Moulton. I don't know if it was getting back in the saddle again after not working last week. Also, this time of the year, just having to work a little harder to do a decent show. We have a great guest list lined up for you today. George Gervin later on this hour. Next hour, we'll check in the New York and Philadelphia sports scenes. Phillies, Sixers. Do we have to start taking them seriously after adding Paul George? Yankees and Mets, trials and tribulations. And we'll talk a little Big 12 football. Matt Murschel joining us in the Diamond District bonus hour. Mark, you might be onto something with that poll question idea. Look at all the feedback on the text line and the Twitch chat room that we have received, not about sports, never about sports, never about anything Miller and Moulton has to say, but it's National French Fry Day. Oh, Nelly, look at the feedback. Do you dip your fries in ketchup or do you pour the ketchup directly on the fries? Whew.
Texter says the only exception I will make to the soggy fry is a chili cheese fry or a loaded fry with some sort of nacho cheese on it. Other than that, I'm a dipper.
You have really hit on something here. By the way, my mom really loved your one-liner.
I'm glad. I get very nervous. I'll go at my own mom, but going after yours scares the hell out of me.
Well, I get nervous too because she can't take it out on you, so she takes it out on me. So I get nervous too, but no, well done, well played, young man. Okay, she is spicy. You called her spicy. Nothing wrong with spicy. Fiery.
No, I called her salty, but
salty. That's it.
But
it's salty. Still celebrating a big birthday coming up. Still a little salty.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, big one. Yeah, got a 0 in the right-hand column. Big
exactly.
Birthday.
This is the year of 80 for our mothers.
That's right. Mother-in-law for you, mother for you, mom for me. Yep. It's a big year. Easy for us to remember, though. This is good. You know, we got a lot of numbers trying to keep track of salary caps and contracts and signings, never mind our own. But, you know, speaking of numbers, 20 days away to the Hall of Fame game. Texans and Bears. My, oh, my. 43 days, 6 weeks tomorrow. Florida State, Georgia Tech. And what I can't wait to see, game day at a Florida State game. Oh, man. Marc keeps telling me it's not going to be as bad as you think. I'm like, I don't know. Going to be a bunch of angry Florida State fans around ESPN. There's going to be plenty of alcohol.
I just don't think they're going to be that. The ones that travel are not going to be that angry. They're going to have been in Ireland for a few days. They're going to be feeling really good about themselves. And yes, they hate ESPN, but I don't think, again, if it were anywhere near campus and you could have students around, it would get obnoxious. Now, the Florida State fan has the ability to go obnoxious.
Oh, yeah. And they're unhappy. They're angry at ESPN. They think ESPN and the fix was in to keep them out of the playoff. They believe ESPN orchestrated it. Rightly or wrongly, that's what they believe. They're convinced of it. There's nothing that will convince them otherwise. And by the way, the attempts of sucking up that ESPN has made over the last 7 months, the Florida State fan is seeing right through it. And they don't care. 50.
Herbie might have to get another dog. It's so bad.
Yes. Okay. And this one might be real, not like the one that's for show currently. 7 weeks tomorrow, 50 days away, week 1 of the college football season, and 8 weeks yesterday, double nickel. We are 55 days away from the start of the NFL season. So good show, magic numbers. I mean, heck.
Fake dog, huh?
I do think the dogs. I'm pretty cynical here. I am. I must admit. I don't usually get this cynical. All right, but I do believe he began to use the dog as a prop to deflect from heat that was coming his way because people love kids and animals, and I believe he started using the dog as a sympathetic prop. I do. I'm convinced of that.
Well,
And
he's always had the kids on the set. He loves doing that. And I'm all for it. I am. I'm a dad, man. How great is it that he can bring his kids around and have them experience that? It's one.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. But I do. He's sensitive to criticism. He is.
And he is just getting his toe dipped
in
the criticism pond.
Yeah. Yeah, Fowler and Herb Street, things are going to be a little different than what it's been for the last 20 years. You guys doing games. You're doing all SEC games now. Okay, it does mean
and the biggest SEC game.
Well, right. In theory, you'll be doing the best ones. Yeah.
Every week.
Yep.
And this just in, fan bases don't like announcers. They think they're all against them.
Correct.
Particularly in the SEC.
Yes, very much so. So, I good luck. Good luck. That's all I got to say. Good luck. I mean, they're great games. They're fun. They are. Stadiums are amazing. Atmosphere. All right, but a little bit of nastiness that does come along with it. But it's worth it. It is all a great time. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. If you missed any part of today's show, like George Gervin, Rob Ellis, Marc Malusis, or Matt Murschel, look at that double alliteration. Marc Malusis to Matt Murschel. Hello, Miller and Moulton having Marc Malusis and Matt Murschel. And I don't know why my voice just went that way. But all that alliteration got me excited.
I don't know. I thought maybe it was that Tessitore's doing WWE now. You just got your wrestling voice in.
How about that, Joe Tessitore? It was only a handful of years ago he was doing Monday Night Football.
And now he's doing wrestling.
Right. Now, I will say there was a former ESPN executive, pretty highly ranked. He was like number 3 guy at ESPN. He got let go a year ago, and he ended up at the WWE. So, there's a connection there.
Right, but one's a sport. He was working in sports. Now he's working in entertainment. That's a jump.
Come on now. What's the E on ESPN?
Well, it was the Entertainment and Sports Programming Network.
And what's the E in WWE?
Entertainment.
There we go. Come on now. I mean, that's what Tess is telling himself. I mean, so 5 years ago, he was doing Monday Night Football. Now he's doing, Raw. It's the same.
Still Monday night.
Right. Right. And it's just, about 12 million difference in audience. It's the same. It's all good. I mean, I just remember that it was half a dozen years ago when Tess got Monday Night Football, and there was a big expose done on him, and he was talking about how he was going to do it a little differently. That Joe and Al and Jim, they're classic jazz. He was going to be kind of a smooth jazz. He was going to do it differently. He kind of compared himself to, he was going to be like Sinatra, and they were, just not that they were run of the mill, but I mean they were good. But he was going to be a little different. He was going to do a little better, a little different. Maybe it was the Booger Mobile. Maybe it was Jason Witten's hair. I don't know. Maybe it has nothing to do with Tess. Okay, but it just, I don't know. Hasn't worked out.
And now to wrestling he goes.
Yeah. I mean, he's still going to
working. Hey, trust me. Wrestling called me today. I might be gone, David. Don't kid yourself.
Might be gone. Hell, I'd drive you. All right. But, I mean, he's still doing the college football gig. He's still doing boxing. ESPN just let him do it. So he's getting an extra check here. Good for him. Good for him. By the way, Joe Tessitore, who's called Southwest Florida home. Good guy. I've run into him on the plane. Very nice. So, but it's been an interesting last half dozen years. Worked himself the old-fashioned way. Worked himself up the ladder. Got the Monday Night Football gig for a bunch of reasons. Didn't work. All right. And now he's, still doing his ESPN thing, but he added the WWE this week to his resume.
I was a little surprised when I saw that. That's all. Just thought I'd bring it up. We do talk a little bit of the TV networks and announcing on this show.
And I would have been surprised if it wasn't for Lee Fitting, is the executive's name, who was the third or fourth ranking guy at ESPN and got let go about a year ago. Year ago. I think it was right around a year ago, maybe a touch over a year ago. And then he ended up, I think, in August of last year or September, ending up with the WWE. And, for those that follow it, they say he's made quite an impact, improved the product and the production and what have you. And adding Joe Tessitore, I mean, listen, Joe brings energy, brings excitement, right?
Absolutely.
And Joe can sell a fight. I mean, if you can sell a fight, you can show you can sell a staged wrestling match, can't you?
Yeah, it's the jump from doing football and boxing to saying, okay, I'm going to jump in and do wrestling. I get that the ESPN exec left and said, come on over and do this. You'll be great. It's just a surprise to me when they make that jump. Very few have done it, but it's happened.
What I was surprised about, and pleasantly so, is that ESPN let them do it. Because, a lot of times they say, no, you work for us. Like Fox. Fox will let their announcers do anything. They're good with it. I mean, as long as you're not getting arrested, Fox like, yeah, knock yourself out. They don't mind if you go on political shows. Honestly, they just, try not to get in too much trouble. But yeah, sure, get your word out there. Say whatever you want. The game's at 3:00 Saturday. But other networks, not so much. So I was glad for him. They said, yeah, do it. So
Miller and Moulton.
But if
Text
you ever
line wide open at 21,000. If you want to chime in on our French fry discussion that we've had this morning, dip or drizzle, or no ketchup. And I've had a few people say you don't do the Canadian, the fries and gravy. I'll do a fry and gravy. I'll let my fry get soggy if it's a good gravy. And that's the only circumstance in which a French fry can actually be soggy, if it's just doused in gravy. Miller and Moulton.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commission and educational presentation, and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I mean, this is some high-tech stuff going on right now. I've got to tell you.
Well, in order for me to do certain things with my phone, I have to lose the video.
No, that's why I am just laughing at what's going on right now.
I love the people who keep confusing you and I on Twitch, you know, saying, can't believe Marc said that. Well, no, it was David. David, I agree with you about, well, Marc said that. But man, I didn't think this French fry question would be the home run that it is. I don't know why I didn't. I mean, it's not sports. It's really the only prerequisite needed for a good poll question.
It's true.
But man, people have an opinion about this whole, do you dip your ketchup or do you put it directly on the fry thing?
Yes, you do have a picture of me and no David. I don't know what he just did. He plays with his phone. We've got David's computer crashed yesterday, so he's doing the show via iPhone the last 2 days. Would like him to come back before the show starts in 10 seconds, but that's just me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Great show lined up for you today. George Gervin coming up in a handful of minutes. We'll talk with Rob Ellis in the 8 o'clock hour about the Philadelphia sports scene, and Marc Malusis in the 8 o'clock hour as well to talk all things New York sports with him. And Matt Murschel will join us at 9 o'clock to talk a little college football, specifically UCF, as the Big 12 media days are over. Our poll question is up, David.
Man, if based on the text responses in the Twitch chat room, I mean, I hope all those people vote right away, because if so, that's a day's worth of voting. Man, oh man, National French Fry Day. People are fired up.
Not a lot of drizzlers in early voting, more dippers. I'm a dipper. You never really answered the question.
I never thought of it, to be honest with you. It's easier to just, first off, here's the problem. I usually do it by how easy it is to administer the ketchup. Like if you can grab a bottle, all right, then I usually just put the ketchup right on the fries, because you know me, I eat so quickly. I then put the bottle, and I eat one food item at a time. So like Mark, if I get a burger and fries, I decide, okay, what am I eating first? But if I put the ketchup on the fries, I'm eating the fries. And so if I'm eating the burger, then I don't put the ketchup on the fries. Now, if they give you the packets of ketchup, I can't put those direct. It's tougher to get out. So I make a puddle of the ketchup packets, and then I dip into the packet ketchup. But if I can get a bottle, I just put it right on it.
You're not worried about that fry becoming too soggy. Is this just a matter of the quickness in which you eat that
Mark,
you don't feel a ketchup doused fry can become soggy in your world?
Mark, you watched me eat 12 hot dogs in 1 minute and 43 seconds. That's not an exaggeration, by the way. I ate 12 hot dogs in 1 minute and 43 seconds. Mark,
I've got the video.
Right. He does. He has it on his phone. Okay. So if I could eat 12 hot dogs in 1 minute and 43 seconds, how long do you think a plate of fries lasts?
43 seconds.
Now, I don't go at it with the intensity. I mean, I was in a fast eating contest, okay, or at least a demonstration when I did the 12 hot dogs. But, I mean, I got to get to the burger. I mean, I don't want the burger getting cold. I got to get to it. So,
have you always been a one food at a time eater?
Yes. And I have no idea why. I really think it goes back to school lunches, and everything was in a compartment. You had your compartment tray. And I don't know why. I don't. And it's not like I didn't have a ton of home cooked meals growing up, at least not with my mom. Okay. But even when we went out, burger, fry, I just decided I'm going to eat the fries, then I eat the burger.
I have a friend at home. It's the same way. I've never understood it. I've never understood not wanting to sample all of your food, sometimes mix them together, for crying out loud.
I know. I've never understood the person who has the burger in the left hand and the fry in the right. I'm like, what? And they look at me like, you're an idiot. I go, yeah, I know. But I can't stop. By the way,
I think E.B. Hill asks a great question, David. Can your foods touch? Do they have to be separate of one another, or if they touch them, does that bother you?
No, because they're all going to the same place. So no, it doesn't.
Just one at a time.
Yeah, and I like a good jambalaya. I like a good stew. I like a jambalaya. I don't, in theory, I shouldn't mind them all being together and eating them all at the same time. About the only thing that I will ever mix, maybe occasionally, if I got a big thing of mashed potatoes and there's a vegetable on my plate, like a corn or peas, all right, maybe I will scoop in, like some of them are touching, and I'm just like, all right, let's just make this one scoop. Boom. And I'll do both at the same time. So starches, occasionally, 2 starches at the same time.
But a Thanksgiving dinner, what you're telling me is if there's a piece of white meat turkey, like a loose piece of white meat turkey, you will not mix that with the mashed potato and have that in one big bite.
No. The only thing I mix with the mashed potato is gravy. No.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, no, I'm weird. I mean, I know it. I own it. I'm weird. I'm fat and I'm weird, but at least I combine the two and I eat quickly to limit the damage. By the way, we don't normally do this, talk about something that someone else says, but we know them, at least we feel we do. We've kind of broken bread with them before, and we've had them on the show many times, although not recently. Did you hear what Cowherd said yesterday?
I did not.
So, Cowherd, listen, he's got his opinions, but I don't think he's a guy who throws something out that he doesn't believe. I mean, he's a hot take guy. I just think he looks at things differently than a lot of us. I just think his hot takes are he's different. Now, you may disagree. Like I think Skip Bayless, I think Stephen A. Smith, I think they throw stuff out there just to get clicks. So Cowherd's talking about this year's dream team, if you will. And he said the 2024 team would beat the 92 team. And the reason, in his estimation, there are guys who started on the 92 team who would have to come off the bench on this year's team. Okay. And he then got specific. He said that Anthony Davis is clearly better than Patrick Ewing. Well, wait, what? And he also said that Jason Tatum, Scottie Pippen would have nothing for Jason Tatum. Which is funny, because I actually thought if you put Scottie Pippen on Jason Tatum, Tatum wouldn't score 10 points. But so it's interesting, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. It's, we're talking 30 plus years difference here. This is
so hard because the athlete was this athlete's so much more well-conditioned. They're so much more physical. They're stronger. They're different men than they were 30 years ago.
They are. They're bigger. They're more physical. There's no doubt. But I got to admit, though, Scottie Pippen, Patrick Ewing are pretty damn athletic.
And pretty physical.
Yeah.
Who's reffing the game? What era of ref? I mean, because that's what it would boil down to me. What era of referee is going to, if it's a referee from this era, I give these guys a pretty good shot. If it's a referee from the first Dream Team era, they wouldn't know what happened when they got hit. They start complaining about calls. The referee would look at them and say, go play, leave me alone, or I'll tee you up.
We could play this game. Who would you take to start at point, Magic or Steph? Obviously Jordan is the starting shooting guard. You could argue it depends. Where do you want to put LeBron? Want to put him as a small forward? Okay. If so, you'd probably start him over Pippen. And remember, Larry Bird at the end of his career with a bad back. But mean, Barkley and Malone were the two power forwards, and Ewing and David Robinson were the two centers.
How would Barkley stop Kevin Durant?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think they'd put Pippen on Durant.
Okay,
and I know Durant's 4 inches taller, but I think they would put Pippen on Durant.
And Pippen would have a hell of a time trying to stop Durant.
Well, I mean,
I shoot over him all day long.
Well, but I think he could keep Durant in front of him, though. And like you said, it might come down to officiating. I mean, if it was 1992 officiating, I think Durant had a tough day.
I think they all have a tough day, with the exception of LeBron, who physically could play in any era.
True. Very true. So, but, I mean, just throwing it out there. Speaking of throwing it out there, different eras of basketball, the legendary George Gervin, the Iceman, next on Miller and Moulton.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
And welcome back, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And this is a huge thrill for the two of us. George Gervin, one of the greatest players of all time. In fact, voted one of the 50 greatest basketball players of all time. The Iceman has authored a book, Ice, Why I Was Born to Score. George, it's David and Marc. Thanks so much for doing this. How are you?
Hey, guys, I'm good, man. Thanks for having me.
Well, our question is every time this happens is, it takes a lot to write a book. There's not a lot of money in writing books. So why did you choose to write a book, George?
Well, you think about it. You know how life is today, and people sometimes want to take the initiative to write a book about you, and you don't really have any input. So I know it happens. So for me, I took the opportunity to write my own book with Scoop Jackson and Triumph Books to tell my own story, So this is from me. Now, if you read anything else about me, it ain't from me, So that's why I wrote my book. And, I wanted people to know a little bit about me. My life is based on relationships. I went through some things in my life, and I wanted to be the one to talk about it. So that's why I wrote the book.
Well, going back, when, the title, Why I Was Born to Score. Well, when did you know you were good? The first time that you thought, I'm pretty good at this basketball thing.
Well, I guess once I was in college, but really it was when I have two older brothers, and my oldest brother was named Booker, and he used to beat me all the time. I mean, he would never let me win. I remember when I got in college and he came up to play with me or play against me in college, that he couldn't beat me no more. That gave me the confidence that I felt like I could beat anybody. So I attribute my brother's dominance over me and me being able to achieve that goal is to beat him whenever I wanted to. And that gave me the confidence I need to take it to the next level.
As a kid, how much did you practice? Because you shot from a lot of different angles. You used the glass as well as anybody who's ever played the game. So how much time did you put in on your craft growing up?
I'm glad you asked, man. I shot the ball pretty much every day, 500 to 600 times a day, all different angles. You know how I ask kids today and stuff, young kids, they say they love to play basketball. And I say, okay. I say, how many times you shoot? Do you shoot 300, 400, 500 times? They say, no. I say, oh, well, you behind. I shot 400, 500, 600 times every day in different angles on the floor. So for me, in order to get good at something, I don't care what it is, you got to put in the work. See, so they might love the game, but see, I was in love with the game. That's a separation, So I fell in love with the game at an early age, and I didn't mind working and practicing. And when I didn't practice like that, it didn't feel like the sun shine.
Who taught you, though? You know what they say about practice. If you're practicing the wrong thing, you're wasting your time. So who was the person in your life? Was it your brother? Or was it a coach? Who, got you started the right way, if you will?
Thank you. That's another good question. Fundamentals. My coach, high school coach, Willie Merriweather, is the guy that taught me the fundamentals. So I had a good foundation, where I can lay the ball up with both hands, the right way, on balance. I go to the right, I can lay it up and go to it with the left. So I'm able to throw right-hand hooks and left-hand hooks because I was fundamentally sound. So that gave me ability to get better every year because I was fundamentally sound. It may sound silly, but I knew how to fall. Because I stayed on balance. So if you fall and you're on balance, you can catch yourself. So the fall won't be as destructive. But if you're off balance and you fall, you can't catch yourself. And that's when the fall can be devastating. So these little things that I learned at an early age really gave me an advantage as I grew into the game. So for me, talking to a young person, that is the key to get better. Because when you're fundamentally sound, you can add things to your game as you get older. And if you're not fundamentally sound, you're depending on your athleticism. Like I know, the older you get, you start losing some of your athleticism. But if you're fundamentally sound and you have the skill set, you get better and better as you get older.
A lot of players, you think of different things when you think of them. With Dr. J, I think of a dunk. Even with David Thompson, you had that great scoring release. I think of him dunking the basketball. I think of you in the finger roll. Why was it the finger roll and not the dunk for you, Iceman?
Because everybody can dunk, but very few can finger roll. That was my model, Dunking is an athletic move. If you can run and you're big and strong and stuff and jump, you can dunk. But can you lay it up this way? Can you lay it up that way? Can you loop it up over somebody 7 foot? That's a skill, So for me to develop that finger roll, it was a part of the skill set that I developed in my game to make me more effective. And it was very effective for me.
George Gervin, one of the 50 greatest players in NBA history, author of Ice, why I was born to score. And he's kind enough to join Miller and Moulton. When I say the Virginia Squires in the ABA, what do you think of?
Dr. J. That's who I think of, man. Because that was my first teammate, Dr. J, man. And it benefited me greatly. Once I got there, and we practiced, Doc used to always say after practice, he always called me Rook. He always say, well, after practice, I say, okay, I'm going. And he always say, where you going, Rook? I said, well, I'm going to shower up and get on out of here. And he'll throw me the ball and say, me and you ain't done yet. And me and him used to play one-on-one after a lot of practices. And, man, I really built up my confidence. It built up my self-esteem as a ball player. I tell Doc today, and I tell the world, Dr. J is the one that helped me realize that I do belong in this league.
When you signed your contract with the Squires, and I may have this wrong, George, but didn't you basically show up and practice for them and shoot for your contract?
Where you get that from? You're 100% right, man. I was playing in the Continental League, the Pontiac Chaparrals outside of Detroit. And Johnny Red Kerr saw me play. Johnny Red Kerr called the owner of the Virginia Squires and Earl Foreman and said, you need to see this guy. They flew me in for Earl to see me, and then they told me just to shoot. So they say shoot. And I shot. Now, in my documentary, Son of a Carol, say I shot 33s and I didn't miss. Now, I say it all the time. Now, I ain't going to say I didn't miss, but I didn't miss much. And they signed me on the spot. So I'm probably one of the only guys in the history of basketball that shot for his contract to become a pro athlete.
Lee Trevino famously once said playing Jack Nicklaus in the U.S. Open wasn't pressure. Pressure's a $10 putt when you have $5 in your wallet. Was that the most pressurized situation you ever played in?
That's interesting and stuff. I mean, but think about it. If you prepare, and you compete, it don't be about the money. It be about the competition, So that's what Lee was really saying. He was prepared. I mean, yeah, it was challenging, but see, being prepared prepare you for challenges. And when you succeed, I mean, you give all credit to your ability to work out, and prepare yourself for these challenges and stuff. So, when I shot for my contract, I wasn't nervous at all because I knew I could shoot because I prepared, and it made it a lot easier.
When you had the scoring duel with David Thompson, and Thompson goes for 70 plus, and you've got to score 59, I'm guessing that was a whole team. I mean, it had to be a whole team effort to get you the ball. What was that night like, knowing you got to put up those big numbers and then doing it?
Yeah, I know. And that's the beauty of it and stuff now, because we playing the last game of the season. I'm leading the league in scoring, just some percentage points ahead of David Thompson. So David scored 73 in Detroit, my hometown, in the afternoon. And then I play in the evening in New Orleans. And I got the call from the press that David Thompson just took your scoring lead from you. So the kind of coach and team that I had, man, I'm so thankful because Coach Doug Moe at the time found out what happened. We went in the locker room, and he asked the team, hey, look, David took George's scoring title from him, and we want to see can we get it back. I couldn't have done it without them. So we went to the first quarter. I missed my first 6 shots, called timeout. You know what I'm saying? Man, guys, don't worry about it and stuff, man. And my guys, man, say, no, come on, Ice. We finished that quarter. I had 20 points. We played the next quarter. I had 33 points. So, I had 53 at half. I only needed 59. So I ended up getting 63 in 33 minutes and won my first scoring title. So again, you're right, man. It's the team. Basketball is designed to play one way, and that's as a team. And when you do, you can accomplish a lot of great things. And that's how I won my first scoring title, is with the teammates that I had.
12 consecutive all-star appearances. George Gervin, author of Ice, Why I Was Born to Score. You guys you had some really good Spurs teams, but first you were going up against Elvin Hayes, Wes Unseld and the Bullets, then, the Sonics teams. Then you had, obviously, the Lakers dynasty. All right. What was it like knowing you're great, you're on good teams, but you got to go through great teams?
Man, that was tough, man. I guess the series that we got closer than any other time is when we played against the Bullets, and when we had them down 3-1. Elvin Hayes and Wes and Bobby Dandridge, them guys never gave up. We made history backwards. Where they end up beating us 3 in a row to have an opportunity to play in the finals. And I think they won it that year. That was real upsetting to us. We just didn't know how to finish. And then playing in the West, playing against the Lakers, man, I really thought we was capable of beating the Lakers. The Lakers respected us. We had Artis Gilmore. So we figured we have a good matchup against Kareem, and it just didn't work out for us. We go up there and beat them 2. They'll come back in San Antonio, beat us 2, and then they'll beat us the next 2. So I was one of them guys, unfortunately, that never get a chance to win a championship. And some people ask me, "Do you feel like your career was success because you didn't win a championship?" And I asked them if they out of their mind, because I feel real good about playing and having these opportunities. To win a championship, everything got to go right. You got to stay healthy. The ball got to bounce your way sometimes. And when you're playing against greatness, you can't give them any edge, because they'll take advantage of it. And that's what the Lakers and the Bullets did to us. So that was the unfortunate part about my career. I don't have a championship ring, but I feel like a champion.
George Gervin, author of Ice, Why I Was Born to Score. This is a big thrill for us, George. You're talking to 2 fans. My co-host had your poster up on his wall in his room. So we're big admirers of you. We wish you all the best, health, safe travels, and good luck with the book, Ice, Why I Was Born to Score.
Hey, man, I appreciate you guys, man. I really do, man. Tell him I got a silhouette of that poster now on hats that he can pick up at the Spurs fan shop. So I really appreciate that from you gentlemen.
Thanks so much, George. Have a great day.
Hey, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
George Gervin, joining us on Miller and Moulton.
2 silver ball.
And
so George Gervin on Miller and Moulton. When we come back, we'll switch gears and talk with Rob Ellis, a little Philly sports. That's next on Miller and Moulton. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Did you text Rob?
I did. And he responded.
Good.
Little trip down memory lane with the Iceman.
I didn't bring it up, but I also had a story, and I'm pretty sure when he showed up at that gym for the Squires that he had a gym bag with his stuff and he had his gun in there, and it freaked out one of the people that was there, because I'd heard that story before too, but you don't really go there.
Right.
Were you carrying?
Well, also, I don't think we asked him how he got his nickname. Didn't ask him about playing his final year in the league with a young Jordan. I mean, we would have easily, if we had the time, done 10, 15 more minutes with him. Easy.
All right, I'm calling Rob. Rob's good.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Marc Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on Friday. Hope you've had a great week, and thanks for spending part of it with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Marc Malusis. Talk about the Yankees heading in the wrong direction, and the Mets heading in the right direction, coming up in about 35 minutes. Matt Murschel, 1 hour from now, we'll talk Big 12 with an emphasis on UCF. But Rob Ellis is kind enough to join us once again. He of 94 WIP in Philly, also host of Sports Take on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. You can follow Rob on X, REllis Sports. REllis Sports. Rob, it's David and Marc once again. Good morning. Hope you're still doing well. How are you?
Gents, I'm great. Always better to be doing the show with you guys. So a pleasure. Hope you guys are doing well.
Well, we are, and thanks for the kind words. Well, last time we talked to you, the Phillies were still kicking you-know-what in first place. And is this the best Phillies team since 2008?
Yes. In one word, the pitching to me has been as dominant as I can remember. And frankly, if you really go through it, in 2011, when they had Cliff Lee and Roy Halladay and Cole Hamels and Roy Oswalt, I thought that was the best, most dominant staff I've seen. But I'll tell you what, it may not have the name power that squad had, but this pitching staff from head to toe, particularly the starters, has been as dominant as I can remember, maybe ever for a first half. They have been that good, and it's pretty remarkable. And for the most part, they've stayed relatively healthy. They've had a couple hiccups here, like Wheeler with the back, a couple little things with their fifth starter, but all things said, man, this has been absolutely amazing. And you got another good gem last night from Aaron Nola.
Well, and just how big was that series to you? The Dodgers come in. I don't know if it's a litmus test or not, but this is obviously the two heavyweights in the National League taking on one another. And the Phillies just dominated, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And I'll tell you what, one of the reasons the Phillies have been as good as they've been, they've dealt with a couple of little minor injuries here and there, but nothing long-term, nothing like the Braves are dealing with Acuna and Strider. But man, that Dodgers team is gutted right now. You look at the talent. Mookie Betts aside, I'm just talking pitching. The talent that they have on the IL with their pitchers, man. I just watching the series, you get past Ohtani, Freeman, and Will Smith, just position player wise. They're rolling out a bunch of guys who were barely Mendoza line guys. And yeah, was it a litmus test? I think to a degree. I try not to read too much into that. I'm going to go way old school for you guys. 1983, the Dodgers dominated the Phillies during the regular season, and then the Phillies came out and smoked them in the NLCS to get to the World Series. So I don't get too crazy with that kind of stuff, but here's where I do think it's critical to look at, because early in the season, because Phillies fans, you guys know, are fatalists. They're always looking for the safe to fall on their head, right? So early in the season, it was, hey, but the Phillies aren't beating anybody. They're just playing a bunch of scrubs. Well, you can kind of throw that out the window now, when they're sweeping the Dodgers and they're handling their business against really good teams. So I think that's the part where there may be, I think, a little bit more validity to this, where you're beating the Dodgers in the manner in which they did. The Dodgers couldn't do anything offensively. And whether it was Ohtani or Freeman, even their big boys just came up really small in big spots, and that's a tribute to the Phillies pitching.
Is there an acquisition a position of need that Dombrowski does need to address, though, in the next 3 weeks, because he will. He's a very aggressive GM, and obviously this franchise has been close. They want to get over the hump and get the final out. But, Rob, when you look at the Phillies, is there still one position, an extra arm in the bullpen? Is there something they could still use?
Yes. I mean, for the longest time, I was on add a back end of the bullpen arm because I am truly of the belief you can never have enough. And the Phillies, it's a unique situation where, and this is kind of baseball a little bit to a degree, they don't have a set closer. Last year, Craig Kimbrell sort of emerged as that guy. They don't really have that necessarily. It doesn't mean they don't have live arms in the back end and talent. Obviously, they do. Strom and Hoffman are all-stars. But for a long time, I wanted an arm. But it's so glaringly obvious, guys, that you need a right-handed outfielder for center field or left field. Nick Castellanos is kind of all over the place and wildly inconsistent. You don't know what you're getting from him, but he's your everyday right fielder. Center and left, if you just look at the offensive stats, now Johan Rojas can go after it as a fielder, but they are woefully inadequate at that position. So I would prefer someone who's more of a hitter than a slugger. Like Luis Robert has come up a ton, and yes, he's talented, but man, he never walks. He strikes out a ton. He misses a ton of time. I don't love him necessarily. I would much prefer someone who's a hitter. It's a shame. It's what they thought they were getting with Whit Merrifield, and he just has not delivered. So they absolutely need to get it. And as you guys know, Dombrowski is extremely aggressive, and when he targets something, he gets it done. I wouldn't be surprised if they got both, but I think right-handed outfield bat is the priority.
All right, let's switch gears and talk Sixers. How close are they to the Celtics now, in your opinion, with Paul George?
I think they're in the second tier. They're not the Celtics. I think it's the Celtics and then it's everybody else, but I think they're right there in the mix with the Knicks and, sort of the up-and-comers like Indiana, Cleveland, the Magic. I think they're in that next tier of group, but no, they're not the Celtics yet. But the thing I always keep looking at, guys, is how hard it is to repeat in that league. Something always seems to stumble a team, trip them up a little bit. So I think they're good. I mean, I think if you look at the George, Embiid, Maxey fit, it's a very good fit. It's very different from just throwing three guys together. We saw the example of that last year in Phoenix. Those three just didn't work together. I think these three really complement one another. So it's, in my opinion, it's the best supporting, cast that Embiid has had in his career, like hands down. And there's no more excuses. They have a really good coach in Nick Nurse. I was very critical of Daryl Morey, but I have to give him props. I think he's done about as well as you could do, not only landing the big fish in a limited, pool, but also a nice supporting cast. He's put together. I mean, Caleb Martin, and you guys saw up close and personal how tough he is. I think they brought some toughness, which is really impressive.
Yeah, I think he's added 2 or 3 depth pieces. They're much deeper than they were when they lost to the Knicks. How about this, Rob? I think the Celtics peaked last year. Virtually everybody stayed healthy. I mean, Porzingis stayed healthy until the playoffs. He's never done that before. Horford's almost going to be 40 next year. Okay, what if the Celtics, if they slip just half a notch, can the Sixers or the Knicks or somebody in the second tier catch the Celtics if they've peaked?
That's a good point. I mean, if you think about it, and very different team, but 2 years ago, the Sixers were up in the fourth quarter in Game 6 in an elimination game where they could have put the Celtics away, and they didn't. They ended up losing, choking it away essentially, and then didn't show up in Game 7. So, yeah, as good as the Celtics are, and they're deep, and look, we all get it. But yeah, I agree with you. Porzingis will not hold up for an entire season. I don't care what off-season procedure he has. It's only a matter of time. It's like Kawhi Leonard. These guys just can't stay healthy. And I agree with you. How much more can you milk out of Horford? And, I love Derek White and guys like that. And that you talk about like perfect depth pieces. They are. But, can you come back at the same level of intensity? Like, I think we all thought the Nuggets would be playing in the finals again this year. And look what happened to them. Something changes mentally. It's hard. Unless you're Patrick Mahomes, man, it's hard to get back there, period. It's especially hard to get back there and win it again.
And certainly the number of games and the amount of time all factors in that as well. And we are, we're only a handful of days before we're reporting to training camp, and the outlook's pretty good for the Eagles. If there's a team with more hype going their way, I don't know who it is in the NFC, adding Barkley, this team's now put right there with San Francisco and Detroit. They're probably the three teams everybody's picking in the NFC. It seems very justified. What's it going to take to fulfill it?
Defense. I think there's plenty of talent there offensively. In fact, they're loaded offensively. If this isn't a top 3 team offensively, it's going to cost Nick Sirianni his job, and there's going to be serious questions about Jalen Hurts. The offense should be loaded. The defense, there's 5-6 new starters on that side of the ball, and you're going to be leaning on a lot of younger guys, a lot of unaccomplished at the NFL level guys, Nolan Smith, Nakobe Dean, the list could go on. And they're counting on a couple of guys who, Devin White is a good example, who was amazing in Tampa early, and then it was really ugly late. He's still young, but he's got a lot to prove. He's on a, sort of a 1-year prove-it sort of deal. So that side of the ball, to me, has a lot of unprovens. I think they went a long way to getting better. Vic Fangio is an upgrade from Sean Desai and Matt Patricia. But it's going to be really about the defense. And I think the key early, guys, is the offense carrying the defense till they get acclimated, till some of these guys start really establishing themselves. So early, it's got to be offense going crazy. Hopefully for the Eagles, the defense kind of figures it out by about midway through the season.
Rob, got about 30 seconds to a minute. Did they figure out what the heck happened in the locker room? Because clearly something happened. And losing Kelsey and Cox to a team that had a locker room issue, I'm just worried about the room. I roster-wise, I'm not worried, but I'm worried about the room.
I think you nailed the biggest question. And the answer is, I don't know that they did. Here's the thing I need to see more than anything else, more than X's and O's and everything I just laid out with the defense. If they hit a bump in the road, if there's adversity, if somebody gets hurt, if somebody says something, if they lose 2 or 3 games in a row, can Nick Sirianni get that thing back on the track? And I think that's the biggest question mark that Eagles fans have off the field, sort of going into this thing, because I don't know that they know exactly what happened. And why wasn't the head coach able to figure it out? I mean, he's supposed to be a connector more than even X's and O's. He is supposed to be a guy who can motivate, but also knows how to sort of manage and massage egos and figure that kind of thing out. And I think he deserves a shot to come back, but I don't think he did a good job on that front. And that's going to be the biggest question mark. So to answer your question, I don't think they did figure it out. And we're going to find out real quick if they know how to get it back on the rails if it goes poorly, this season, at least during a stretch.
He's Rob Ellis. Does a great job when he gets the opportunity on 94 WIP, and he does a tremendous job middays hosting Sports Take on the YouTube channel, Jacob Media's YouTube channel. Check him out on X, RLS Sports, RLS Sports. Rob, enjoy the break. Gear up for training camp beginning in a week or so, and hopefully we can talk to you before the season starts.
Guys, always love hanging with you. Thanks for having me, and enjoy the rest of your summer. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
Rob Ellis joining us on Miller and Moulton, and we're going to switch gears and go straight up I-95. Marc Malusis is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation, and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from 1/2 carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability.
Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Did you get my text?
Oh, okay.
That's why.
You
That's
had me
why I
very
said, because I'm sure I threw you for a loop there, and you went, "Wait a minute!" But I guess he's running behind, so he needed to move it up so he could get out of the house.
Gotcha.
I'm wondering if he got called in to fill in on the fan.
He's all set.
Great.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Matt Murschel to join us at the top of the hour, talk a little Big 12 with an emphasis on UCF here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Marc Malusis, kind enough to join us once again, whether he's getting it done on FAN radio or hosting the sports weeknights on PIX 11. You can follow Marc on X, Marc with a C, Marc Malusis, Malusis. Marc, it's David and Marc. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
David, Marc, I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. I love summer. It's awesome. And it's good to be out with you guys as well. Good to hear your voices.
Well, all right, let's get right to it because we don't have a lot of time here. The Yankees are in a free fall, and I am curious, what are the resources you think, if they're going to make a move, Cashman and Steinbrenner together in Tampa, they lost another series, who can they get rid of that actually is going to attract something to bring back for the Yankees? Because obviously, other than the big two, they're not getting a lot of production anywhere in this lineup.
No, I mean, they're really not. LeMahieu looks washed. Glaber's a contract year. He has not reacted well to pressure. He's already been benched. You know, going into the season, you weren't expecting much offense from the catcher spot. Volpe hit well for about the first month and a half, 2 months of the year. He's severely cooled off. Verdugo has been a little bit better as of late, but really went through a 19-game stretch there where he was an absolute rally killer. Who can they get off on their major league team? Not much. I mean, the guy is Spencer Jones. I mean, that's their big hitting prospect. You know, the left-handed former first-round pick. He's like 6'7". I think he went to Vandy. That's the guy that the Brewers wanted when the Yankees engaged them for Corbin Burns. He ended up getting traded to the Baltimore Orioles. So if the Yankees are going to make another big, like, all-in move to try and get this team, you know, back to where they were 5-6 weeks ago as being the prohibitive favorite in the American League as compared to where they are right now, the guy that they would move would be Spencer Jones. But I'm just going to go on what Cashman has done, whether you like him or not. I know this year is different. And now this year they're desperate. Maybe his mindset changes, but he's always had the mindset of, I'll make big moves when a team shows me that they deserve to be improved. And this team as of late has not showed it. Now, the difference is this year is the impending free agency of Juan Soto, and the fact is that they're all in on this season, knowing that, you know, Soto could leave in free agency after this year. But the guy that, if you're thinking about who they're going to move, would be Spencer Jones, would be the most attractive asset the Yankees have.
Marc, 2 years ago, the Yankees started out 50-20 and played basically 500 baseball for the next year and a half. Is this year a carbon copy? Because they started out on a similar pace, not quite as good, but really good. And now they're 6-17 in their last 23. And basically, it's like a two-man lineup. Rice has added a little, Verdugo at spots. You know, the pitching, if Garrett Cole doesn't come back. I mean, Marc, do we just have to accept the fact that the Yankees have had 4 good months in the last 2.5 years?
Well, those are the facts. So whether you like it or not, I think you articulated it brilliantly. I mean, those are the facts. That's what the Yankees have been. And this is very similar to what it was 2 years ago. Last year, they were unwatchable, boring mess that went 82-80. This year was supposed to be different, but you're not wrong. It has the same earmarks of 2 years ago, the same kind of rhythm to it, to where when they cooled off, they haven't won a series in seven or eight series now. I mean, that's remarkable when you think about a team that, was, almost looked like an absolute wagon for the first 2 months of this season. The starting pitching has cooled off significantly. At one point in time, I think their starters ERA was the best in baseball. They had a 2.45 ERA. That is no longer the case. They've gotten a lot of non-competitive starts. They've had the occasional blow up in the bullpen with Clay Holmes closing games out. You saw that in the Red Sox series. Yankees desperately needed to win that Friday night game. He gives up the 2-run home run. They end up losing that game by 2 in extras. I think that's the alarming aspect of it. When you look at a team that hasn't won the World Series since 2009, a team that's been, embarrassed by the Astros every time they see them in the postseason. And this year with Soto, the acquisition of Verdugo was supposed to be different. And they're Judge having a Herculean type of season, and still yet here we are as the Yankees get set to play their final series before the All-Star break, and that's 3 games in Baltimore against the Orioles.
What do the Mets need to do between now and the deadline to take themselves from being a just 500 team that's a wild card team barely to being someone that could maybe contend with the Phillies, or is that an impossibility? Not for the division, but in the postseason. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I think the Mets have got a really positive vibe going. This team was 11 games under the 500 mark. How can they take that next step? I think it's all about the bullpen. Getting Diaz back off the 10-game suspension was a positive, but their arms in the bullpen are just not of high quality. They've lost 2 guys in that bullpen to Tommy John to torn UCLs. That has hurt, but the bullpen needs to severely be addressed. When you look at the lineup, they're really good. I mean, listen, Vientos and Alvarez are 2 young studs. Francisco Alvarez is going to be an all-star catcher in the National League. As long as he stays healthy, I mean, he's going to be there every single year here moving forward. He's a remarkable young catcher to be excited about. You've got the impending free agency of Alonso. He has not had a prototypical year. Maybe he has a big second half. Maybe he does. Nimmo has stepped up. They've lost Marte. Still, the lineup has been productive. But to me, it's getting Kodai Senga back in that starting rotation, and then it's addressing the bullpen. The bullpen is the biggest need by far for the New York Mets.
Marc Malusis, FAN Radio, PIX11 Television. Follow him on X at Marc with a C, Malusis, Malusis. Quickly, the vibe about Rodgers and the Jets this year, right? Is it a good one, or has it been such a strange last 10 months that people are feeling about the Jets the way they normally feel about the Jets?
Yeah, I think it's depending on how you look at it. I don't think. Listen, Rodgers was there throughout the course of the offseason. He went to Egypt during minicamp. Is that a terrible look? Absolutely. Does he come across as a little bit of a fraud when he goes on, the Pat McAfee show after last season and talks about the focus needed to be purely on football? Yet he's going to Egypt, a guy that's been in the league for 20 years, not knowing when mini camps are going to be. Go see the world. That's fine. There's plenty of time to go out there and do it. He should have been there for mini camp. Now, if that's going to bring out the detractors, do I think that's the end-all, be-all? I do not. Do I think that's going to factor in to what the Jets do week 1 of the regular season? I don't. The question is, nobody knows the answer to this. What is Rodgers now at his age coming off a torn Achilles? I have no idea. He's one of the most gifted quarterbacks that I've ever seen play in the National Football League. I don't know what he is at this age. He's not 28. He's in his 40s. So I don't know what Rodgers is now going to be at this stage coming off that. The offensive line, as long as they stay healthy, should be significantly better. Not going to be the best offensive line in the league, but going to be significantly better than what it was a year ago. Now you come down to the questions of the coaching staff, who have shown you the inability to adapt to injuries the last 2 years and formulate a game plan. They're expecting Aaron Rodgers to be the great elixir to, Hackett as the offensive coordinator, the fixer of everything, and great quarterbacks, as we've seen, can do that. I would say this about Rodgers. He does not have to be an MVP quarterback for the Jets to be a playoff team in the AFC, because I think the defense is ridiculously talented. Now, with all that being said, he's got to stay healthy. So He's got to stay upright. He's got to stay healthy. I think the offense will be significantly better. And the Jets have been what they've been the last 2 years because they've had some of the worst quarterback play in the NFL. But I think it depends on how you look at it. If you're the Jets, if you're a Jet fan right now, you have no choice. You have to continue to lean in on Aaron Rodgers and believe that even with all the drama, the nonsense that comes along with it, some of the interviews that he does, he's still an all-time great quarterback. And if he's able to play to a really upgraded level, which I think he can do, the Jets are going to be one of the teams, not at the top of the AFC, but they're going to be a playoff team in the AFC.
Trail. Locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Definitely could have had him for the longer segment.
Yeah. No, I know.
He apologized on the phone. He had to take his son somewhere. He was very apologetic. I was laughing, going, yes, you're coming on for free. You don't need to apologize.
Yeah, exactly. Some guys are good guys. Here he is, does the show on the Fan and does a nightly TV gig in New York City, and he's apologizing to us.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Marc Malusis used to do on the Mets television network, SNY. He used to do some and they had a post-game show for like an hour, and he would be one of the opinion guys on it regularly. And I think that's what got him his PIX nightly sports gig.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Matt Murschel will join us at that point in time. Big 12 just had their media days. UCF picked middle of the pack, which was a lot better than the rest of the teams they entered the conference with. The BYUs, the Houstons, and Cincinnatis of the world are all picked to be, three of the bottom four teams in the conference. UCF expected to be 8th or 9th. We'll talk to Matt about the Big 12. And by the way, did you hear? We alluded to this earlier in the week, but it's a little bit more noise. Some of what the Big 12 is throwing out there publicly. First off, there's a report that they're going to get some financial backing, and they're going after Florida State, Clemson, Miami, and Notre Dame. And they're going to make the four of them the four teams who had the most money of any in college football to join the Big 12.
If you're another member of the Big 12, how do you like that?
I love it. I do. Okay, let's have this sidebar discussion. Pick whatever school you are. I'll be UCF. You pick whatever school you want to be. Or I could be someone, Kansas State. I could be, Cincinnati.
Oklahoma State.
Okay. Here's why. Our conference, we've got 16 teams. We're great at basketball. But if football rules the world, we're a distant third. We don't have a A-list program, and I don't even know, if we're being honest, does the Big 12 have a B-list program?
I think Utah's a B-list program. I do.
Okay. I don't disagree as a program, but I think in terms of moving the needle nationally to get eyeballs.
No, they don't.
Name me the school nationally that people will go, ooh, they're playing. I got to put them on TV. Deion in Colorado.
Yeah.
And Deion's not going to be there long. He's just not. I'm telling you, he's not. So if you're the Big 12, don't you have to go, listen, I got to find somebody who's appointment viewing for a network.
No, you're going trophy hunting. I get it.
Right. So that's why, listen, Mike Gundy's done a hell of a job at Oklahoma State. We can go through the teams one by one. They've all had TCU played for the Natty 2 years ago. Baylor's had some terrific years. We could go through the list. Cincinnati was in the playoff recently. But, yeah, if I'm in the Big 12, you could get me Florida State and Miami. Oh, yeah. I'll make whatever sacrifice you need, baby. Absolutely, I will. Never mind. I think Notre Dame's a pipe dream. I mean, hell, they've said no to the Big 10 twice. Think they're going to say yes to the Big 12?
Better chance to make the playoff.
Yes.
I don't know. Actually, that's not true. I think independent's a better chance. If all those teams were to come or remain independent, what's Notre Dame's better shot at the playoff? I think independent.
It's close. I'm curious about Notre Dame's schedule going forward. I got to think at some point teams start dropping them. I mean, when USC is openly talking about, with the non-conference games we've committed to and with joining the Big Ten, we may have to start dropping certain teams. Well, there's only one team they're going to play every year that they know of, although they're pretty sure they're going to play UCLA, but it's Notre Dame. So who are they talking about potentially having a drop in the near future? So, okay. But back to the Big 12. And Matt Murschel will join us at the top of the hour. But so apparently private investment money, get those schools, lure them in, buy them into the conference. Also, he's talking about how, Brett Yormark, the commissioner, said, Saturdays are pretty packed TV-wise. We may have to look about playing our games other days.
They're coming after high school football. Friday night football's coming more regularly.
And the Big 12 is the only conference that has their TV deal with both Fox and ESPN. They're the only one. And what have we said, Mark, now for a while? It's a TV show. And the Big 12 is looking at two networks going, would you like some Friday night football? We'll provide it.
And those networks will jump up and down to take it.
Yeah, they will. Absolutely.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. I mean, Fox is committed now to showing college football on Friday nights. How long is it until, and ESPN, which has shown some Friday night football, but it's been of lesser conferences. You don't think they'd love to show some Big 12? I mean, they're just trying to get 1.5 million people to put the game on. That's all they're trying to get. It's worth their time if they can get 1.5 million viewers.
And since everybody cares more about the transfer portal than they care about recruiting, blowing up Friday nights just seems to be a natural chain of events for college football.
Well, you actually touch upon something. We have talked about it pretty much this whole decade, but it's a tough time to be the high school athlete because the colleges don't want you. They want the college transfer instead. They want the older, physically developed kid who they have a track record of playing at the level that they're already at.
And it kills the 3-star. The 4-star and 5-star, they are all getting recruited. They're all going to the top schools. They're all getting their scholarships out of high school. That's just the way it's going to be. The blue chip ratio is what it is. But when you start looking at the 3-star guy and the 2-star guy that used to get developed by the Wisconsins of the world, do they want to develop that player or take one that they already know can play at that level?
Right. What Dan Mullen did at Mississippi State, he's like, I can't get 5-star. I don't even know if I can get 4-star, but I can get the 2-star and I can even get a few 3-stars and I'll develop the 2-star into whatever. And I can build a program that can go out and go 7-5, 8-4. And if I find a Dak Prescott, we can even contend to win this sucker. And now, Mark, between the impatience of ADs, the impatience of coaches, the impatience of fan bases, okay, how many schools are going to be okay with them having the Wisconsin type program of the past? Quite frankly, give Iowa and their fan base credit. I mean, this is who Iowa recruits, and they stick with him, obviously. He's been coached there a quarter century.
But as you pointed out, the patience of the AD, the patience of the fan base.
Yeah, there's very little of it.
Look at where Florida is right now. Look at the patience that the Gator faithful have with Napier. And he's one of the 16 schools that has fulfilled the blue chip ratio. Over 50% of the players on the Florida roster are 4 or 5 star players. And most of you want to blow them out.
And for the record, I'll say it again. I would be doubling down on Billy Napier if I were the Gators. I would. I'm not saying he's going to turn into Frank Beamer. I'm not saying he's going to turn into Mike Krzyzewski. But there are times and there are places in which, you know what, being patient and making it more of a 4, 5, 6 years to get started, even though we wanted it to be 2 years, we were just in a bad spot. We need to live through this. And I know Florida fan doesn't want to think of their program being in the state that Virginia Tech was in 40 years ago, but you were in a bad spot. And I think you need to double down on Billy Napier. I really do. I mean, if you think about it, Dan Mullen's recruiting did him no favors. And quite frankly, his AD has done him no favors with his scheduling.
And what's so interesting about that is there's no way Strickland sticks around. If Napier goes, Strickland's gone, right?
You would think you're going to give him a chance to hire a third coach.
So why did they not try to change the schedule around even slightly? It makes no sense to the two of us.
I mean, I understand ADs are worried about attendance and we got to put a good schedule together. But I mean, come on, man. You knew 3 years ago, Oklahoma and Texas were joining the conference. We all pretty much knew what the timeline was going to be. I mean, if Miller and Moulton had figured it out 3 years ago, you couldn't have figured it out. So you're putting this schedule together, and then your non-conference games are going to be Florida State, Miami, and UCF when Oklahoma and Texas are joining the league? What are you doing? Your program's not where Urban had it. It's not where Steve had it. What are you doing?
And they've got to get off to an incredible start because we all know the back end of their schedule is as hard as any that's ever been put together in college football.
That's not an overstatement either. People who have covered this sport their whole lives have said the final 5 games on Florida's schedule is as difficult, at least before guys start getting injured and teams start underperforming. But right now on paper, Florida is finishing up with 5 games against teams that are all going to be in everyone's preseason top 15. And 3 of them at least are going to be top 10. Whew. Okay. All right. And you want this to be the make or break year? Hell, might as well fire him now.
Now, you get Miami, David.
And
I cannot tell you how big I think that. I think it's one of the biggest games of the year, period. Not from a national championship standpoint. I get that. But it's 2 programs who so need this win.
Mark, I do think, though, it could have national championship playoff implications for Miami. If Miami gets it, as we've talked about with their schedule, they could be favored if they beat the Gators in the Swamp, and I think Florida's a 2-point favorite right now, so that's a virtual, pick 'em, toss up game. But if Miami wins it, Mark, they could be favored in 11 of their 12 games this year. I mean, and probably only 5 points or less underdog when they host the Knolls. I mean, the significance of the game for Miami, I think it has playoff implications.
Agreed.
For Florida, it has, we got to start turning things around and we got to have a winning record this season implications.
The program saving implications for the Gators. Because you know what happens if you start over. A bunch of guys get up and leave. And now you set the clock back another 3 years. And I think that's why, David, you're on the double down factor with Napier, because they can't afford another reset.
Well, no, they have one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the league to start the season, and they got a 5-star waiting behind them. And the reason the 5-star chose your school is the current head coach. And he recruited a bunch of guys to come with him, and he's actively recruiting more. And that's another reason why I would commit. I know it's not basketball where 1 or 2 guys can't change everything, but a 5-star quarterback is kind of a big deal. You're still getting your NIL situation together. He's got a pretty good incoming recruiting class. Go to a bowl this year. Get to 7. Go to a bowl. Put the 5-star in. And all of a sudden, you could be Florida again.
But you lose to Miami.
It gets hard.
Then it gets difficult to get to 6.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah, it does. Doable, but hard. Got to win the toss-up games this year.
And then figure out a way to steal one towards the end of the season.
Yep. Miller and Moulton. Matt Murschel. We'll keep the football discussion going with him on the other side.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
For the record, guys, Phil Steele has Florida's QB 5th in the league, for what it's worth. Tied with the Missouri quarterback and the A&M quarterback. Texas, Georgia, Bama, Mississippi are 1 through 4.
For what? Quarterback?
exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Marc Miller and David Moulton.
Fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton, our final hour of the week, the Diamond District's bonus hour, the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Matt Murschel covers college football for a living. Focus on UCF. After all, he writes for the Orlando Sentinel. You can follow Matt on X, OS Matt Murschel, OS Matt Murschel. Matt, it's David and Marc. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning to you guys. How are you doing?
Well, we're doing fine. I'm guessing you're resting up this weekend before you head to Dallas. Let's talk Big 12 as a whole before we focus on the Knights. They outmaneuvered the Pac-12. Do you get the sense that Brett Yormark is now making sure he outmaneuvers the ACC?
Yeah, I think he's put themselves and the conference in a pretty good spot right now. I mean, you think about where they were 3 years ago. This was a conference that was on life support, and looked like it wasn't going to be around. Now he's gotten to the point where they feel like they're one of the two best conferences in the country, and they pretty much can decide how they want to handle things. So they're standing back from afar, looking at the ACC, wondering, okay, if you're going to fall apart, if you're going to have some teams that are going to end up leaving, hey, we're open for business. We're going to sit there and do what we need to do and try to find a way to strengthen our conference and get it and put us in a position where we can compete and be at that level of the SECs and the Big Ten. So I think he's done everything right over the last couple of years. I think he's made sure that this conference is a lot more stable on financial ground, as well. So I think he feels like they're in a good spot. If the ACC can't seem to get itself together, they're going to step in and overtake them.
Do you think Florida State would truly consider the Big 12? Or is that just the Big 12 reaching for the Florida States and the Clemson going, this is how we make our conference at least in line with the Big 10 and the SEC?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think right now with Florida State and Clemson, I've always said this, I'm not sure if the Big 10 and SEC, if there was an actual stand out there, deal in place or some sort of hey, if you guys leave the ACC, we're ready to swoop and get you guys. I'm not sure if that was going to happen. I'm sure there's probably discussions on the effect of, yeah, maybe we would like to expand. Maybe we're interested in you. So now you're hearing maybe that's not the case. And now you got the Big 12 saying, okay, yeah, sure, we're at 16. We'd be happy to grab a couple more teams that would provide, obviously, a lot more value to this league, help us out on the television aspect of things, competitive-wise as well. I'm sure they would love to do that. So if you're Florida State and Clemson and you're not feeling necessarily a warm feeling from the SEC and the Big 10, yeah, the Big 12 might be the place to go, because if things work out the way they do, especially if the Big 12 does decide to look at this private equity money, if they do to try to find ways to add more revenue, there's an opportunity there where Florida State can be making a lot more money than they were making it in the ACC. So I think all things are on the table right now for everybody.
Matt, let's face it, the three of us are in media, so none of us are making any money. But have you talked to someone about how does a private equity firm get their investment back? That's what we don't understand. We get it. They got the money. They want to invest it. They want to invest it to make money. How do you make money investing in the Big 12?
Yeah, that's the funny aspect about this story is that, Brett Yormark didn't even want to, when asked about it, didn't want to go into details. I think part of that is because they don't necessarily know exactly what those details are going to be. I mean, I'm with you. When they start talking about private equity, that's a serious situation there, because, as all we all know about private equity is, you're a company, you want a return on your investment. And how do you get that return? Is it, the conference, providing you money every year, making sure that you get some of that money back? Is it, like you get dividends coming into this and you make money off it? I mean, I don't think anyone is quite sure 100% how that's going to work. That's what makes this kind of a scary situation for a lot of people is, do you really want to walk down that path? Do you really want to get involved in some of these? Listen, private equity firms, you can see what happens on the bad side of that. Look at what happened with Red Lobster. They got involved with their parent company got involved with private equity, and it eventually caused them into bankruptcy. So, if you're a conference, you don't want to go down those roads. You want to be talking about bankruptcy and things like that. So I'm not sure exactly how the Big 12 would, and none of the ADs and people I've spoken with about it really have or at least talking publicly about how that's going to work. So I think until they figure that out, I'm not sure necessarily private equity is something that's fully on the table at this point.
Let's focus on the Knights for a moment. Gus Malzahn had they had a difficult year, like most of the teams jumping into the Big 12, but they're expected to make pretty sizable gains. They're picked as a middle of the pack conference. Where is the immediate area where they had to get better from last year?
Defensively, no question. The defense was the area where they had to. I mean, they were last in the Big 12 and rush defense. They just got trucked every week, it felt like. And, they were near the bottom of the FBS when it came to the rush defense. So that was the thing that they made the biggest change in the offseason. Gus went out and got a familiar face in Ted Roof to take over the defense for the Knights. And his number one goal was to stop the run. And I think that's something he's built his kind of reputation on. And so that's what, they hope that he'll be able to do there. And then they went out and hit the transfer portal and got a lot of players on the defensive side of the football. They basically rebuilt their entire linebacking core through the portal, brought in guys like Ethan Barr, who was a captain at Vanderbilt. Deshaun Pace was a guy who's a versatile player that can play linebacker and safety. And, they brought him in as well. They brought in a couple other players, Irie Alexander from Idaho, who they feel like can step in that spot. So they strengthened the middle of the defense. And then the secondary, they continue to add more depth. They added more speed. And they feel like, they're going to be a lot better. If they could stop the run and be half as just cut the yards as half like they did last year, I think this team's got a great shot of having a strong season. But that's one of the key areas that they spent the offseason focusing on.
Has Gus slightly underachieved so far? He had that chance 2 years ago to play in the conference championship game, and they faltered down the end. Blew that 25-point second-half lead at home last year, which I think made that season look completely different on paper. Has Gus slightly underperformed so far?
Maybe not as a whole. I think obviously last year was difficult, being the first time that they've had a losing season in a while. I think I look at last year as you almost have to throw that year away, because you look at the fact that they make the move to the Big 12. They made the move to a power conference. They're dealing with only having half revenue from the Big 12. So they had to make, to try to compete at that level, it takes investment in all forms. And so I kind of look at last year as, okay, like it's not, that they kind of rush that off. And then this year's really the year that they have to take a look at. But I would say, yeah, in some ways he has underachieved. You know what I mean? I think, especially as they move into this power league, I mean, they've got to be able to win and win consistently. And Gus knows that because, on the recruiting trail, you're making the pitch to all these recruits, especially here in the state of Florida. And you're saying, hey, come here, play for us, play in the Big 12. But you got to win games. I think any coach will tell you that. You can't just sit back and expect that everyone's going to just be happy with, 6-7 win seasons. You're going to have to find a way to make a big push. I think that's why this year he feels really good about this team. He feels like if they do everything right, they have enough pieces that they can be competing, for the title at the end of the year. And I think that's something that would be, fans would really appreciate. So I think this is a big year for them, and I think he understands that.
And through the portal, you look at their projected starters. They're an older team because of the portal. I mean, this is not a team with freshmen and sophomores playing in a lot of spots. They're a lot of senior-laden team, and they've done well in the portal. So you would think physically they would have a lot better shot this year than they did a year ago.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the thing that they realized quickly from last year is they didn't have the depth, and they didn't have the stamina and endurance that they needed. And I think that's what talk to the other schools that came in, Cincinnati's, the Houston's, the BYU's, they all mentioned this. All coaches mentioned that it's hard to make that jump. And I think that's one of the things that the UCF did really well this offseason. They added depth and they added experience. They added players who they feel like can step in right away and compete, and then, still provide them with enough depth that they've got some freshmen coming in that they feel like can step up or talented enough to step up and perform as well. And that's kind of been Gus's blueprint over the last couple of years with the transfer portal. I think it's something he'll probably try to continue to do, but they don't want to get too far away from actually recruiting high school players.
Matt, could you play the expectation game with us? We did it earlier in the week, in which we asked what we thought was the fan base's expectation over the next 10 years of how many times their school would make the playoff. Because obviously, if you win the Big 12, you're going to be in the playoff. So in the next 10 years, how many times do you think the UCF fan expects their team to be in the playoff?
Well, that's a good question. I think it depends on which part of the fan base you ask. There's some of the rabid fans who believe they'll be competing in the playoffs, every other year, But I think if you're a realistic fan, I think you'd like to see yourself, two times, maybe three, if you could do that. It's not as much as, yes, the 12-team playoff opens up more opportunities, but again, you're still competing against some tough teams, but they believe they're right there. They believe that UCF has plenty of an opportunity to be there and should be competing in the playoff. And that's where we were talking a little bit about this the other day, is that's where, in the next couple of years, if UCF isn't in the playoff mix, if they're not in the hunt even, do fans start to lose a little bit? Does the shine come off of Gus? Because of that. But I think Gus understands that. He obviously coached in the SEC, understands that you're going to have to win. You're going to have to find a way to live up to those expectations, especially with how you use the portal, how you recruit well. It's going to influence your NIL performances. It's going to influence the fundraising. So they're going to have to win. And I think the fan base expects to win a lot sooner and a lot more than maybe realistically early on they were able to do.
Matt Murschel covers college football as a whole with a focus on UCF and the Big 12, obviously, since he writes for the Orlando Sentinel. You can follow Matt on X at OS Matt Murschel. OS Matt Murschel. Matt, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it. Safe travels, and hopefully we can talk again right before the season starts.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks a lot. Take care.
Matt Murschel, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton.
So we talked about, the Gators winning those toss-up games. If UCF wants to be a bowl team, they have toss-up games they have to win too. And they start with two easy ones. They're at TCU. Home for Colorado. That's got to be a win. At Florida, you would actually expect that to be a loss.
Hold on a second. So you think, at TCU, home for Colorado, they've absolutely positively that expect to go WW?
No. Colorado, they've got to beat. I don't expect them to win at TCU.
Okay.
But I expect them to beat Colorado at home.
All right.
Then they play at Florida. I mean, Cincinnati at home is a game they got to win. They play Arizona and they've got a tough schedule from a Big 12 standpoint, David. Not going to be easy for the Knights as they enter year 2 into the Big 12. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail
Marc
East.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
It always does. Well, at least for now. Positive rehab going on out there?
She's making progress. I will say, I guess there's two different ways to do every job, but the two PT people that she's had have both been negative. And, you could be a rah-rah, I guess, PT person, or you could be a, negative PT person. And they've been kind of negative. And my wife doesn't need that right now with all her ailments.
Right.
So, apparently she's not doing as well in her rehab as they are expecting. Her surgeon's fine with it, but the two PT people have shown up have been very negative. So that's not helping. I mean, this is a multi-month rehab here. I don't.
Oh yeah, I know. I know people that have gone through this recently in there.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say to the one PT lady, I'm like, we're just going to be 100+ days here. There's no sense to be this negative day 10. Especially since I got to live with her. You're not helping me.
David, Bill Cosby's 87 today.
Well, sure, he loves his surroundings. It's a hell of a retirement home he picked. I think his downfall all started because of a stand-up routine, because of a comedian doing a routine that somebody recorded and put on YouTube, telling the dirty, dark little secret of Bill Cosby, which no one had said.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Marc Miller and David Moulton.
The Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for listening, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, and that's where you can go if you missed George Gervin earlier on the show. If you missed Rob Ellis, Marc Malusis, or just last segment, if you missed Matt Murschel talking Big 12 with a focus on UCF, go to MillerandMoulton.com. About an hour or so after the show, things get posted, and then download to your heart's content. Follow us on X at, Miller_Moulton. Miller_Moulton.
All right, just to finish up quickly on UCF, because we had to go to break. Why, their schedule, they're picked, and I've got the Phil Steele book in front of me. He's got a middle of the pack, just as you talked about at Media Days.
Uh-huh.
These are the teams on their schedule that are picked ahead of them. TCU, it's a road game. This is just in conference. At Iowa State, Arizona, at West Virginia, and Utah. All 5 of those teams are picked to finish better than UCF in the conference. So any one of those games winning it would be stealing a game. That means you got to win the rest of your games to get to 7. You lose to Florida, that's 6.
Yeah.
And that means winning at Arizona State, beating BYU, beating Cincinnati and Colorado.
Now, let me, however, go glass half full here and make the argument that UCF is probably personnel-wise better than where they're being projected. Now, I don't know if Phil Steele agrees, but he
actually does. He actually does.
If you do position groups there, my guess is he has them better than middle of the pack. He has them maybe in the 5th, 6th range on average.
Matter of fact, David, he's got their quarterback play at 4, running backs 2, receivers 3, O-line 6, D-line 3, linebackers 5, D-backs 3, special teams 12, and he has coach at 7. So he actually has their position groups rated a lot higher than where he has them projected to finish in the conference.
They should have been bowl eligible last year. I forget who it was at home. They were up 35-10 mid-third quarter and lost.
Baylor.
That would have given them a 6-6 season. They at least would have gone bowling.
Didn't they play in the Gasparilla Bowl against Georgia Tech last year?
Did they? I thought they were 5-7.
No, they were 6-6, 6-7
Okay.
finish.
Gotcha. So I'm sorry. So 6-6. So they should have been 7-5. And that was in their introductory year when defensively, here's the other thing, if you remember, they took Oklahoma to the gun last year in Norman. I mean, it was a decent Oklahoma team. I mean, I think they lost, they had a chance with a 2-point conversion late to tie it. I mean, they had some talent last year. Didn't win many close games. So I think there's a chance, like Phil Steele pointed out, coaching and special teams, which are usually things that can cost you close games. It's interesting, a guy who was offensive coordinator on a team that played for the Natty. Okay, actually offensive coordinator when a team won the Natty and head coach when they lost the Natty, that he's viewed as the 7th best coach in the Big 12. Don't you find that interesting?
I find it incredibly interesting.
And if you're UCF, don't you think you've hired someone who's better than the 7th best coach in the Big 12? I mean, isn't your expectation that Gus should be a top 4 coach in that league? I mean, he did lead Auburn to the Natty. All right. He did beat Alabama 3 times. You'd like to think he'd be a top 4 coach in the Big 12, wouldn't you?
They won a couple of close ones last year. They lost a few more close ones. The Baylor game we pointed out, the Oklahoma game, and Texas Tech, all really close losses. But again, their schedule does them no favors this year. That's all I'm pointing out, is that
no, I agree.
They are playing as difficult of a Big 12 schedule as I think they could get.
And that's fair. Over half the schedule are against teams that have been projected by the media and coaches to be better than them. And 3 of those 5 are on the road. And they're at Florida in non-conference. So, yep. Tell you what, UCF fan, I give you 8-4 right now. You take it?
Oh, sign me up.
7-5?
I'd take it, but 8-4, I'm running to deposit that check for an 8-4 season.
All right. Fair enough. Hey, I'm curious. From the moment the show ends through Sunday night, anything you want to watch?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Euro finals on Sunday. The Wimbledon finals are this weekend.
Okay. I'm just saying there's not much going on in the States. We got the Copa America final in Miami.
Which should be riveting. It really should.
The atmosphere also should be.
Oh, man.
Amazing.
I want to go. I just can't afford it right now. That's the problem I have.
Don't know many of us who can. That's a ticket right there. But Yeah, I mean, I got to admit, I'm into the men's semis, which are about ready to start in the next few minutes. I think could be, the women's side's doing nothing for me this year, but, now that we're down to the semis, I wish Taylor Fritz was playing Djokovic, but, I think Joker's going to have a chance to win his 25th major and 8th Wimbledon. And to be honest, 37 years old, I mean, you hit the wall pretty quickly when you hit it. I mean, how many more of these majors is he going to be this deep into? Don't know. He's starting to get injuries. He hadn't gotten injuries for 15 years. Guess what? He's getting old. Starting to get injuries. Okay.
By the way, you want to take a guess at what an upper level ticket for Copa America is running right now? I just pulled up StubHub, and I know there are a million other services, and this one's probably not the best anymore, but it's on my phone. So that's the one I go to and can get there quickly.
Argentina, Colombia in Miami, correct?
Correct.
Over $300.
Times 5.
What?
The cheapest ticket for an upper level seat right now is $1,593.
They're playing at Hard Rock, right?
Yes, they are.
Holy.
They were 800 weeks ago before we got this final.
Wow. That's impressive. I asked you this question. Would a Super Bowl be that expensive?
I don't think so. I just put a good section, in the middle. Just happened to click on section 117. That's about 30-yard line for those football fans out there.
Right.
For row 31 in section 117. 2 seats together will cost you $8,116.
I think I'll watch it on Fox.
I agree. But if you want to take me, our text line's 21,000. You can tell me how you're going to dip your fries. In fact, you buy the ticket, I'll buy the fries. How's that work for you?
You'll do the concessions and parking?
I'll take care of beer concessions. Park. I don't know if I can afford parking either, David.
I was going to say, because that's got to be about 60. All right, maybe more. So, all right. I'll tell you what, though. How good will the tailgate be for Copa America final on a Sunday night in Miami, too?
The scene is going to be incredible. It really and truly is.
Not only that, nobody will leave early, too. I mean, you could, if you wanted, okay, right as they're heading to stoppage time, head for the exits and probably get right out.
Why would you do that?
Well, to beat the traffic. It saved you 2 hours.
Yeah. Not for this game. I'm staying for the whole damn thing.
Remember, you're only paying concessions. I mean, yeah, I'm sure the guy you're with will want to stay for the whole thing, but, got to start negotiating. It's kind of like overtime in hockey. You start negotiating that before the game starts. How long are we staying?
Easy, Danielson.
Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today's the day when, all coming up.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymade.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymade.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Thank you, Sonny. Yeah, I mean, George Gervin, and then just kicking it around with a few people in and around the sports world. Rob Ellis, Matt Murschel, Marc Malusis. For July 12th, I think it was a pretty good show.
Agreed.
I actually think it was a really good week from a guest standpoint. I have no idea what the next 2 weeks are going to be like. Could be interesting. Guillermo, those are interesting comments about Venezuela and the atmosphere and people relocating, and those are very interesting comments. But like you said, I'll bet it was an amazing atmosphere. I mean, Charlotte looked remarkable the other night for the Colombia-Uruguay match.
It really did.
No. Yeah, we'll have Gary on. Probably ask him to come on in a couple of weeks after he does Big Ten Media Days. He's going to do a day or two there in Indianapolis, not next week, the week after.
Is that supposed to be like that? All right, I don't touch anything. So I must have hit something. Thank you.
Oh, we'll get a hurricane.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Marc Miller and David Moulton.
The home stretch. We wrap up the day and the week. Diamond District bonus hour, the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. A reminder, if you missed any part of any show, but George Gervin, Rob Ellis, Marc Malusis, Matt Murschel. That's right, George Gervin, the Iceman, was on a couple hours ago. Go to millerandmoulton.com. About an hour or so after the show, everything's posted. And download. Spread the word. We'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we would, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Trying to, get a few more clicks, sell a couple of ads.
Those are available. 2,100. 21,000 rather. That's the text line, and say, I want to invest in you.
I want my MTV or something like that.
That's fine. You can put that too. I don't care what the hell you put. Trust me, I'll get back to you.
Yeah, we can get you advertising on this show. We can get you MTV. The only thing we can't get are the Rays and the Marlins back on Bally Sports for you. We can't do that. At least not on cable.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Marc Miller with Today Was the Day When.
And by the way, did not mention it in the starting five or all show. But, it's because I really hate the ESPYs. But they were at the ESPYs last night. The ESPN gave him the Pat Tillman Award, which was a controversial thing, which I find interesting just because, he founded the Invictus Games, which is a kind of a pretty pro-military thing, but, he's a celeb, so he sucks. Well, come on, seriously. It's not like he doesn't have a resume. The resume's not bad. Maybe he shouldn't have won the award. I don't know. But, I don't think it's an outrageous to give it to him. The Invictus Games, it's pretty good. Hell, I think it's more than what our government does for our vets. But that's a whole other point. Did I just say that?
Yeah, you did. Let's get to Today Was the Day When, shall we? Before you keep going and we get in real trouble.
Yeah.
Or maybe you just keep going. If you want to, keep the rant up. You're not going to bother me any. We start in 1804 today. He was shot yesterday. Alexander Hamilton died today after being shot by the vice president.
And you guys think conventions are tough today. Come on now.
Cy Young won his 300th game today.
Hell, he was just getting started.
I know.
5'11"?
Thought that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yep. 5'11". Got to 300 today. Today in 1930, Bobby Jones wins his 4th U.S. Open. It was his 3rd consecutive major. He was pretty good.
Yeah, it really was.
The Major League Baseball Player Association is formed today in 1954.
Yeah, they didn't get a whole lot done for their first about
15, 18 years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Then became the most powerful union in pro sports.
Yeah.
The Rolling Stones made their first appearance today in 1962. Jack wins the British in a playoff at St. Andrews today in 1970.
That's after Sanders missed the 3-footer on 18 the day before.
Watson wins his first of 5 British Opens today in 75. The Family Feud airs for the first time today on ABC in 1976 with host Richard Dawson, kissing all of your wives, mothers, sisters, and daughters.
Right smack on the lips, too. If you get a chance to watch some of the old Family Feuds, they are so inappropriate by today's standards. They're glorious.
Today in 79 marked the end of disco because it was at Comiskey Park where they had a double dip with the White Sox and the Tigers. And in between games, they had the famous disco demolition where they were going to blow up disco albums out in the outfield. And it turned into a full-blown riot, so much so that the White Sox had to forfeit Game 2. I remember being a kid watching that game. It was the old Twilight doubleheader, and they came on for Game 2, and there was all hell broken loose on the field.
Right.
And you got George Kell and Al Kaline trying to tell you what the hell's going on.
There's a hole in center field. It's going to be tough to play this one. Why is there a hole? Somebody brought an M80 and blew it up.
Geraldine Ferraro was named the vice presidential candidate today in 84, becoming the first woman to do so in this country.
Yeah, and that wasn't, controversial or anything at the time. That wasn't a big deal or anything.
No, not at all. Today in 96, Kirby Puckett retired, David.
Oh, man. Remember, saw grown men and women crying.
Henry David Thoreau, Milton Berle, Christine McVie, and Paul Silas all would have celebrated birthdays today. Richard Simmons is 76. Rick Hendrick is 75. The other Charlie Angels, Cheryl Ladd, she's 73 today.
Had her, today's poster day on the show, you had George Gervin's poster up on your wall. I had Cheryl Ladd.
I had the Farrah Fawcett one. Julio Cesar Chavez is 62. Christy Yamaguchi is 53. And Brock Lesnar is 47. And I'm not even going to ask what I missed because I know you don't have any clue today.
Well, I can't look it up or else I'll lose my connection. So I'm told the computer will be fixed over the weekend. For those that watch the show on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, I've had to do the show. It's also why the audio has sounded a little different these last 2 days. I've literally had to do the show over my phone. So.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Marc Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Marc?
For the good, we go to Alabama, where Helen Denmark, you look like a Helen, turned 108 years old on Sunday.
Wow.
Yeah. Her friends threw a party at the Brookdale Assisted Living Facility in Birmingham, and she says she keeps herself young by, and I quote, drinking wine, eating dessert, and flirting with men with mustaches. She's 108. Gotta love her.
Big Paul Skeens fan.
Big. She was pissed they took him out. For the bad, we go to Lehigh, where 3 teenagers were arrested for breaking into a home and lighting off fireworks inside. They were 14, 15, and 16, threw a rock through a bathroom window to break the glass, climbed in, and then decided to go nuts inside the house and shoot off fireworks.
What the heck?
That's what I'm saying. Finally, the ugly. We go to Polk County, Florida, where the deputies arrived at the Taco Bell at 10 in the morning in reports to a suspicious person. They found Marcus Jamar, 34, who had fallen asleep in the driver's seat of his Nissan Altima. It was running and stopped in the drive-thru lane. According to deputies, he had a Taco Bell receipt, a stick of gum, a Florida ID card that belonged to another man, some Crown Royal, some fentanyl, and some marijuana. That's your trifecta, and that heads you directly to jail without passing go for $200. And the winner in today's Good, Bad, and Ugly on July the 12th, 2024.
And to review, that was 10 a.m.
A.m.
Right. Wow. That's impressive. That's wow. Man. Mm-mm-mm. Listen, you do have a lot going on. I mean, not necessarily the traditional. Got Wimbledon, men's semis going on right now, but obviously women's final tomorrow, men's final Sunday. A lot of golf, Scottish Open, great field. Evian Championship for the ladies. It's a major. LIV is even playing this week because
right now.
Because the Open Championship is next week. Got the two big soccer matches. I mean, Copa's playing a third place game. Is Europe?
You know what, David? I have no.
I don't
pay any attention to third place games because they don't matter.
Yeah. So little Uruguay, Canada tomorrow, if you really need to watch something in Copa America. But Sunday, 3:00, Big Fox, Spain and England. Can Harry Kane deliver England a major championship of some kind? I say no.
I hope so. I'm going out to watch it with people. I'm going to a bar that's going to be full of England supporters. I want them to win. I want to see the scene.
I do too. I want them to win. I don't think they will. It's remarkable. They've kind of ham and egg their way through this tournament. I don't think they can ham and egg their way by Spain.
No, I agree with that 100%.
And then Sunday night, Colombia, Argentina in a raucous environment at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. You could get plus 300 for Colombia to win, by the way, if you want to go for the upset. Can I just baseball goober you for a second?
Knock yourself out.
Last weekend before the All-Star break, there are a lot of very interesting series for different reasons. I mean, obviously everybody's playing, so you got 15 series. But Mark, I can make the case that about 10 of them have real intrigue to them. I mean, Rays are hosting the Guardians. If the Rays could win the series, they'd be 500 at the All-Star break. Does that change how the front office proceeds for the final 2 weeks? Also, the Guardians just lost 3 or 4 to Detroit. They probably want to turn it around. Okay. I mean, the Reds are home for the Marlins. If our Reds are going to make a run, don't you have to? They just beat the Rockies, won a series. Don't you have to also pound the Marlins going into the break?
Absolutely. Got to get 2 or 3 here if you're the Reds.
Right. Same with, by the way, the Pirates are on the south side. They're against the White Sox. The Pirates are 3 below 500. Well, with their pitching, they can beat anybody. What if Pittsburgh goes in and wins the series, sweeps the series? Now they're 500 at the break. I'm telling you, Pirates pitching, I would buy if I was the Pirates. I'm serious. Their pitching, if they can get some offense, they can put wins together with their pitching. The Mets, who have had a great 6-week run here, well, they finished with 3 at home against the Rockies. Heck, they just swept the Nats. What if they sweep the Rockies? Now they're 5 games above 500 at the All-Star break. But Yankees-Orioles, the big series. All right, Baltimore 2 ahead of the Yankees. Baltimore just got swept by the Cubs to the tune of 21-2. They're hosting the Yankees for 3. How about the Royals in Boston?
Well, there you go. That's the sneaky series to me. You brought up a lot of others. I'm looking at this Royals-Boston series going, okay, this is 2 teams fighting for that last wild card spot. Boston, we're going to get 2 or 3. How close are they going to be with the Yankees and Orioles playing one another to leading the division, challenging for the division? Big series for both teams in Boston.
Cubs coming off the sweep in Baltimore, go to St. Louis to face the Cards, who just got whacked by the Royals. Cubs aren't that far back. They have a good weekend heading into the break. Do the Cubs change their tune as to what they're going to do? Braves are in San Diego. And there are many who still believe that the Texas Rangers have a run in them. I'll argue heading into the All-Star break in Arlington, in which Texas, I believe, Mark, comes out of the All-Star break with like a 9 or 10 game homestand. Texas in Houston for 3 against the Astros. There's a lot of intriguing series for various reasons heading into the All-Star break.
And at the end of the weekend, are you picking up the phone selling or are you buying? And how much of that depends on what goes on this weekend, David. I do think that you're on to something.
So, trade deadline, I believe, is the 30th. So it's on a Tuesday. It's not the 31st. I believe it's a day earlier. Baseball draft is this weekend also. There's a chance.
I read an article on the baseball draft, and I'm a little embarrassed to admit that I did that.
Well, there's a chance that the number one pick's from Australia. I don't know if we've ever had that before.
We haven't. And the Florida kid should go in the top 5 by all accounts. Could go higher, but should go in the top 5 by a couple of the, mock drafts that I've read this week.
Caglione there?
Yeah.
Had the great college career. So anyway, that's what's going on. All right, this weekend in sports. Enjoy.
Miss any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com to download any of the shows from this week that you may have missed. Pretty good one today, if we do say so ourselves. Have a great weekend. We'll do it all over again on Monday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Marc Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
All right, ready for a promo when you are.
All right. We're still rolling, by the way.
Oh, let me get out of that.